Can I not see whether or not OR dictionary is enabled for that guy? Uses OR dictionary. Okay, so this one uses OR dictionary. This one does not. And I don't think these do either. Yeah, they don't say uses OR dictionary. So I might have to reprogram those guys with the OR dictionary checkbox enabled. Because I think a few of them I programmed without OR dictionary support. Not the end of the world, but, you know, just a thing to note. Might not be a bad time to make a quick... Why am I making that in here? Go away. Wrong thing. Might not be a bad time to make a trash can, because I want to avoid a few things. Things I don't need at the moment, so I can put, like, my cobble away. But I don't need this silicon. And I probably don't need this sand, because we are now good on all things sand and silicon. Nice. So those are pretty nifty blocks, but like I said, they're a little bit powerful in that typically the process of making cobble works would be along the lines of like 4 or 5 different machines and lots of piping and item routing and stuff. These are kind of just like place down machine and you magically have, you know, silicon being produced out of, like, it basically turns energy into silicon, or turns energy into glass, or turns energy into sandstone, or turns energy into smoothstone. Like, technically you could say that is true for any other cobblework system, but it's a little bit easy. So I was kind of shying away from using the Material Stonework Factory because I felt like they were a little bit boring. But since I never used them before, I wanted to give them a try. They are easy. I will give them that. It is an easy way to start producing the stuff that you might want to produce. Anyway, let's come back in a minute. All right, so that is the official wrapping up point for the episode. So we've got now no longer concerns about having smooth stone, sand, glass, sandstone, and silicon. We should have large amounts of that. Off camera, I'm going to spend a few minutes reprogramming any of these that need silicon that doesn't use the OR dictionary. So 1, redstone. These guys probably don't need to use the OR dictionary, but these 2 probably do because they all use silicon. Anything in here that would use silicon? That doesn't matter. That, no. Glass, redstone. Okay. Don't think that uses silicon. They shouldn't. Their prereqs use silicon, but none of them do. This guy, yes. But this guy already says use OR dictionary. This one doesn't, so that's cool. So yeah, off camera, I'll take care of that. And going forward, pretty much all my... all things should use OR dictionary unless you really don't want them to. In this case, we do want them to, so it's cool. I could have sworn there was a way. Okay, cool. Nice. Let's put this in processing mode. So in processing mode, it doesn't pre-fill. Bummer. That is a bummer. So that is processors. Said I was going to do this off camera, and then, like, I totally didn't. Improved processor. That's this dude. So basically, what I'm going to say, silicon here. So now you're saying inputs, those, no, and we also want gold. So gold, redstone, and silicon make an improved processor. Diamonds and silicon make that, and then this one I probably should have avoided or replaced. Said I was going to do it off camera, then doesn't do it off camera. Go Direwolf. You are the iron one basic processor, right? So we can say iron and silicone make basic processor. So iron and silicon. Cool. And because it's OR dictionary, it'll use either silicon, but it's all good. And then 4K storage part, you, I guess technically probably don't need. That doesn't need to be upgraded to OR dictionary mode, so I think we're cool there. Oh wait, these 3. This goes in here. Doesn't really matter where they go, obviously, but just putting them back where they were. So that should be cool. All right, definitely wrapping up point then. Devil20 signing off. Hope you guys enjoyed the episode. We will come back next time. Getting closer to wanting to build the new base. And also wanting to play with new... Like, I want to get back into Astral Sorcery. I want to get back into Botania to get some other cool stuff. Definitely want to check out more Astral Sorcery, though, because it's a new mod, and I haven't played with it much. And it's fun, and I want to do something really cool with it. And now that I've gotten to the tech level where I'm at, I might be able to do that cool thing that I had in mind. All right, guys. Take it easy. Hello everyone, this is Direwolf20 and welcome to episode 26 of Direwolf20's Let's Play series. Today, taking a look at what we've got in this chest over here. Oh, and it's raining. Hello, Rain. Hello. Hello. Nice to see you. That's cool that you're raining and everything. I think we need a few more ender pearls than we currently have. So I might want to kick the tires and light the fires, if you know what I mean, on making ender pearls a thing. Did I ever figure out why you guys like to teleport out of this room? I don't think I did. I don't think I ever fixed that little issue. Yeah, no, see, they're definitely out of the room. I think it's the height of the room, if I'm being totally honest. I never did get around to figuring that out. I guess I could take a look real quick. Now that it's a little bit easier for me to get in and out of there, hopefully I'm correct. Let's, I kind of like the whole dirt ceiling thing. So I think I'll stick with it. The question thereby becomes, does this become a bright enough situation such that when you're on, am I out of dirt in here? No way. Okay, I didn't think so. I find that every now and then, like, it doesn't want to right-click the dirt, and I don't know why. Hello. What is this? Am I missing something here? What is going on with this spot? I'm gonna relog. Okay, closing and reopening the game totally kind of fixed it, so that's neat. So let's see if this... The problem with this drill is that it's really good. This should now, hopefully, if my theory is correct, which, like, I theorized like a million years ago and never actually tested, but if my theory is correct, which I hope it is. And now let's just, you know, yeah, okay, cool. Well, it's technically dark in this corner. So why aren't mobs spawning there? I don't know, but I'll take it. So if I were to turn off the light switch, which at some point I'll set up to like be wireless. Cool. So mobs spawn in there, and then they die, and then we get their loots and all that good stuff happening. Cool. Then we turn this on. There should be no more mobs. And if we turn this on, will Enderman teleport out of the room? Hopefully not. Cool. And then we should be getting Ender Pearls. Sounds like we did get out. How did that happen? It's not the height thing? Interesting. Very interesting. Still not sure why that's happening. We're gonna have to resolve that, possibly at our new base. It only happens with Enderman, though. Like, it wasn't happening with blazes, right? Oh, well, there's another thing. There's a hole in the wall, so that doesn't help anybody. Oh, I think those are Endermen creating those holes in the wall. My bad. Alright, so we'll play with that idea a little bit. Figure out why that's happening. I mean, technically I could make this room larger. That would be one approach. There's a couple things we could do here, but for now, I just want to get more ender pearls. The other thing I want to work towards, you know what? I'm actually gonna make it. I'm gonna want some other stuff. I want some mob spawning and getting some more essence if I'm gonna be spawning Enderman. What I want to work on now is sorting out those items, and then I want to get into making something cool. But first, I want to get an ender chest so that I can actually collect the loot that we've got going on there. Let's get one of these dudes, and let's get one of these. And we've got item ducts, and we've got servos. Yeah, let me make another servo. I'm going to need that later. But for now, this will be sufficient. Just love teleporting all around, don't they? And they like stealing my dirt. I should probably turn this into like a cobblestone building instead of a dirt building. And that would probably go a long way towards making this less of an Enderman spawning issue. I like how they're just like, hey, I'm gonna steal your dirt from your walls. See ya. Wow, look at them really grouping up over here. Because of the rain. Really gotta figure out how they're getting out. Weird. So what I want to do real fast is set up a sorting system basically for the items that are in here to be filtered into here. So we're going to want a whitelist filter, and these are the items that we're going to want to allow to come out of here. So let's sort this real fast. So ender pearls and gunpowder are definitely going to be on the list of things to come out of here. Solidified experience can come out. Spider eyes, for example. Snowballs? Sure, why not? Sticks? Yeah, why not? We can make sticks. And we'll take cobwebs. And we'll definitely want string. And you guys. And sulfur. And bone meal. And probably rotten flesh. And that's like a good... Oh, and definitely blaze rods. That's a good... Wow, I have a lot more items than I thought. I might want to take you out of there. If I then put all this away, and throw this circle on, go ahead and start extracting like crazy. I want to see what's left in this chest. Because I might need to get a better servo. Or a better filter. So you can hold... Filter... It doesn't tell me how many items it allows me to filter. Hopefully, resonance. Because basically I want to have another filter for things like bows and leather and all that stuff that gets into a trash can. So that should all be sorting into our base, which is cool. They're just literally going crazy with the whole steal your stuff thing. Probably should not make this out of dirt. Completely aware of that fact. You guys are really serious about this whole I'm gonna steal all your stuff thing. Look at it. They've literally like decimated my base. Alright, maybe not decimated, but you know, pretty close. I guess. Alright, so I'll leave this off for now so that like mobs will spawn in there. But yeah, we're gonna totally have to do something about the Enderman situation in that building. Probably replace it with some kind of stone or something, and maybe even make it look nice. So that's what we've got organized there. So the reason I wanted to move all that and start mob drops, they should all wind up. Oh, hello, you're chilling in my basement. No, that's not gonna stand. Look, I've got an Enderman morph now. You're in trouble. Cool. I should be able to sleep through the night at this point. Monsters. In my basement? They might be in my basement. Yep. Still? Hello, Enderman. Gotcha. Wow, look at them all down here. Yeah, that Enderman spawner is not a joke. There we go. Sleep for the night. Cool. So that's just part one of what I want to do. The next thing I want to work on is automating 2 metals that we're going to need for the next stage of our build, and probably hardened glass as well. I want to automate signalum production and resonant filter Ethereum production. And I would also probably like to automate speeding up item converts. And that's what we're going to focus on right now. So in order for all that to work, we're going to need another servo. Cool. And another filter. And we need to automate these 2 machines, the magma crucible and the fluid transposer, which are going to be automated differently from the induction smelter and the pulverizer, because it's not put one item into one machine and get one out. It's put a couple different items into a couple different machines and wind up getting something out. So it's pretty straightforward to do. I just wanted to make sure that we do it. So with that said, what I'm going to do is probably stick that there. How cool does that look, huh? All kinds of fanciness. And that's cool, that's cool. So that'll go into there. So any recipes that we put in here will go into this chest, and then this chest can route things down. And we're gonna want this, this, and this all on here. Cool. And you're gonna be set to whitelist specific items. So for example, we need some ender pearls, boom, and we're going to need some glowstone, boom. And basically what we're going to say is glowstone, redstone, and ender pearls are allowed to go into here to be melted. And then into here, we're going to want to filter things like buckets. And item ducts, right? So item ducts, for example, we can infuse item ducts with 2 millibuckets, or 200 millibuckets of energized glowstone to get impulse item ducts. Now, you get, from 1 glowstone, 250 millibuckets. So it comes out to be 4 glowstone plus 5 item ducts equals 5 energized glowstone, right? Or energized item ducts, right? So can I do that recipe right here in a smart? So 5 item ducts with 4 glowstone. If we write this pattern and put it in here, and then put all this away, if I want to get 5 impulse item ducts, it's going to use 4 glowstone and 5 item ducts to do that. And then they will go into here. If this guy set to the appropriate thing, it's going to route things appropriately, right? So these guys go into here, this stuff goes into here, the magma crucible starts cooking down the glowstone, the fluid transposer is waiting for the item ducts to get infused. The magma crucible should probably be sped up. I should probably look at doing that, but once I've automated all the recipes that I want to automate, then we will be able to do better things, trust me. So that should be cool, so then you get that, and then you get that, and then you got rounded out. Perfect. That's what I wanted to see. Okay, so with that in place, now we can also do signalum. So signalum is made in an induction smelter with this. So what I'm going to do is say to get signalum, we want to put this recipe in, right? And I'm going to ignore the slag part, right? So it's 2 signalum blend plus sand equals 2 signalum, right? And I should be able to get more patterns now, no problem. Beautiful. And then to get signalum blend, we need basically this. And it doesn't matter which dusts we use. I guess just for the sake of making it look nice, but it really doesn't matter because we're ore dictionarying, right? And then a bucket of redstone is going to be this recipe. And this one should have been item, like a vanilla crafting table recipe. So let me fix that in a minute. So this is going to be 10 redstone plus a bucket equals a bucket of destabilized redstone. Right? And then that is used in this recipe, but like... This, that. Cool. Okay, so that's regular crafting, that's induction smelter, that. And then we also have to know for processing how to make Pulverized copper, and that will go into basically the pulverizer. And you're also going to need to know how to make pulverized silver, which will also be the pulverizer. And I'm going to remove the lead one here. That actually should be middle click. Cool. Okay, so all these things should come together to basically allow me to make Signalum on demand. So this is our pulverizer. So the recipes that go in here are silver ingot becomes pulverized silver, and copper ingot becomes pulverized copper. Okay, this gets put in here because it's a vanilla crafting table recipe, right? It's just, you know, into a crafting table. This guy, 1 bucket plus 10 redstone equals a destabilized redstone bucket. And then finally into the induction smelter is the 2 Signalum blend plus 1 sand equals Signalum ingot. Cool. So now if we said that we want a Signalum ingot and hit start, it needs a bucket, which I can just put in there. But eventually I might teach it how to make buckets and hit start. And what we should see happening is you're pulverizing your copper. You've got your 10 redstone. And nice, nice, nice. Cool. And your bucket's sitting there waiting to go. Good deal. So now's probably as good a time as any to work on upgrade kits. So you should know how to make... I constantly forget that. Because it's a new mechanic. I just have to get used to it. I need to teach you how to make hardened glass, by the way. I haven't done that yet. And Signalum upgrade kits. And then, did I not hit the button for you? So those upgrade kits are now known. Signalum needs Cryotheum dust, which is that. And then we're going to teach to the pulverizer processing mode, right? So you, pulverizer that. We're going to remove the snowball. And that should be cool. So pulverizer knows how to make that. You are one of these, as are the rest of these. Cool. So in theory, we should be good to make everything we need now. And you're done, and you're done. And you should maybe be making my induction smelter run, or you've already finished your Signalum crafting. So we've got our Signalum blend. This should be... Did it run already? Is it finished? Sweet. It did 2 Signalum ingots. That's cool. Okay. Nice. So we're pretty much good. All right, nice. So Signalum worked. So what I'm going to do now is say, hey, can you get me the appropriate upgrade kits? And if I want to, I could just say how to jump directly to Signalum. So the Signalum conversion kit, all I have to do is say... so for the conversion kit, if I want to get one that I can just immediately put on there, it's not a big deal to add this to the crafting recipe. Signalum conversion kit. So that needs to make all the prerequisites, right? The only thing we might not be having right now is the hardened one. All right, so what I'll do is pulverized lead. We'll say that pulverized lead makes hardened glass. Pulverized lead is made from this guy. And then pulverized obsidian, which is the induction smelter recipe, is obsidian in a pulverizer. Cool. So there's your pulverizer. So these two go in here, and then this is the induction pattern. And that should be cool to make my conversion kit. Thinking about it. Every now and then this happens, and I don't know why this happens, where it gets stuck there on the start. So I have to figure out why that is. So you're cool. You don't know why that is. Well, I think I figured it out. We were missing a couple of the gear prerequisites. But it should have told me I don't have gears, instead of just getting stuck on the start screen. So let's see if I'm correct about this. See? Now we're ready to craft. I had to teach it how to make electrum and silver gears. But in theory, it should craft everything it needs for this. And now's the time to find out if things are going to get stuck. They shouldn't, but we'll find out. So everything seems to be working pretty well, which I'm a bit excited about. So you're processing all your stuff. Hardened glass is being processed. Nice. Hardened glass is being processed. That's correct. That is being processed. Nice. And we have a Signal upgrade kit, which we can throw right onto the magnet. Didn't I make... No, we made an upgrade kit. Oh, yeah, I want a conversion kit. Oh. I did ask for a conversion kit. It just hadn't crafted it yet, so I was being a little bit impromptu with it. We'll just cancel that for now. So I should be able to craft that, yes. I crafted the right thing. I just stole the upgrade kit before it was actually ready. No machine gun? Oh, did I put the wrong recipe type in there? Probably did, knowing me. I probably had this thing in the wrong mode. All the dire derps. So now you're cool for a kit. Beautiful. And this can go on my magnet crucible. Alright, cool. So that's going to be a big part. The last part I want to get is Enderium, because Enderium is obviously used for a lot of things. So Enderium blend is lead and platinum, which we're going to need to teach in this mode. Yeah, so that's fine. So lead and platinum. And pulverized platinum coming from the pulverizer. So if we have platinum ingots, which we don't have a lot of, we're going to have to figure that out, how to get more of that. And then you are an induction smelter recipe. And then finally, the bucket of Enderium is going to be basically, it's 4 ender pearls. Cool. So that should be teaching it how to make Enderium. You go into the induction smelter, and you guys go into the pulverizer, and we are good to go. So, with that said, I should be able to request Enderium. Missing Resonant Ender Bucket. Did I just teach you how to make one of those? Molten Enderium bucket. You know what it might be? Let's do... You guys go in there. It might be a weird or dictionary thing. So by just making one bucket, we can more hard-code it into the recipe. So the one that we probably have to fix... Oh, wait. No, that's right. This one will be the one of these I have to fix. Did I teach it? What did I do? Did I derp up somewhere? Did I teach it in Enderium Dust? Oh, that's why. Haha. Derp. Dire, please, with the derps. So just out of curiosity, we should be getting Molten Enderium, Resonant Ender Bucket. Aha! Okay. So if I said you... Yeah, you don't recognize the Resonant Ender Bucket as the type that we need, because we want it to be... So I want to change this recipe. Instead of Molten Enderium, we want it to be Resonant Ender Bucket. So now if we requested Enderium, cool. And just out of curiosity, where's a better place to get platinum? So platinum ore can be found from void miners, so that's a thing we might want to get into sooner than later. Or pulverized platinum, which comes from bees or platinum ore, obviously, or it comes as a 15% chance from nickel here. Crusher can make it, obviously, out of that stuff. I'm looking for the pulverizer recipe. So you get it from iridium ore, which I don't think even spawns in this pack, or nickel, at a 10% chance from nickel ore. It's not terrible. Can we get it a higher chance, maybe? Still 10% chance on Tectonic Initiator. Which is an augment, by the way, which allows my ores to become tripled. I have to feed it something, though, so I haven't gotten into that yet. Okay. So nickel ore is basically where you get that from. All right, back in a minute. By the way, my Enderium just finished crafting. That is cool. Okay, awesome. So the next thing I want to get into making is something cool from Funky Locomotion. I want to get into frames, hopefully. So, to get into frames, we're going to need a few things. The first thing we're going to really need is a frame pusher, which requires Enderium nuggets. Hey, I wonder why Daryl spent a lot of time building Enderium automation. Hint, hint, hint. There's also the frame pusher, the frame slider, which, hey, needs Signalum. Something I'm going to be needing. Frame teleporter, all kinds of cool stuff. So with that said, we are going to need a few of these blocks and items. There's also super frames, which I haven't played with yet, but they look cool. They look really cool. And that's what we're going to mess with today, is frames. So, with that said, let's think about how I want to do things. So we're probably going to want to teach you how to do a few recipes, because I want to play with frames a lot this season if I can, because frames are just fun. Do you guys know what frames are? I have to imagine most of you know what frames are, because they are just super cool. So the frame pusher is the basic item that we're going to want. You're going to need to know how to make Enderium nuggets, by the way, because I'm not storing Enderium in a compressed store. Frame puller, I could probably... I'm not going to waste my time teaching it that because I don't think I'm going to use it. But I do want you to know how to make Signalum nuggets while you're here. Frame slider. Was that one? That's one we just got. And then frame blocks themselves. And you should probably also know how to make Invar nuggets. Cool. And we probably might want a few more of these things. So that's cool from Funky Locomotion. The other thing we're probably going to want is a wrench from Funky Locomotion. I don't actually need the pattern, though. I meant to actually just make a wrench. And we might look at getting an eye wrench. But we'll see if we run into problems with frames at some point. So with you all set up and running, nice. I should be able to come over here. I'm going to want basically probably 2 sliders. That sounds fair. Yeah. Is what I'm going to want. So you can see all the prerequisites there. And then we're going to want like 20 for now, maybe even 30 frame blocks. So we'll start that guy up. And one other thing I might want is the frame projector, which is kind of cool. The frame projector is new. I don't think we've ever seen it before in any of the series that I've done, because it's a relatively new block. So I do want to check it out, because it's cool. Are my crafting guys done? Yes. Out of curiosity, passive RF 174 right now is what this thing's using. So just FYI. We're getting to the point where we're using more and more power. So that's all auto crafting, and I want that frame projector to be a thing. Missing a frame puller. Okay, so I do have to teach you how to make a frame puller. And then frame projector. I should know how to make that already. Cool. And maybe what I should teach you how to make real quick just to have is the rice slime ball. I'll get to that when I get into liquids and all that kind of cool stuff. Cool, so lots of stuff being auto-crafted here. Back in a minute when this is all done. Alright guys, so what's Funky Locomotion all about? Funky Locomotion is a really cool mod that does a whole bunch of cool stuff. Basically, you're going to want to use this wrench for rotating the blocks, but basically the blue side of a slider, or in the case of the pusher or puller, these 2 different things, can move frame blocks. And frame blocks can be connected to other frame blocks such that they all move at the same time. And frame blocks can also connect to any other blocks, including tile entities, like chests, to be able to move them. What does this mean? So it means something like this. If we rotate this guy, and we place a couple frame blocks up here, and we put a chest on the frame block, and we put things in the chest, we can move stuff. Now, the arrow here indicates the direction that it's going to slide. If we shift right click, it'll change the direction of that arrow so that they slide in different directions. But in this case, we'll let it stick to that. These guys do need power. Boing. And they also need a redstone signal to run. So in this case, I will make it a button, because that sounds like something I have the resources for at the moment. Boom. And basically what happens is, provided this thing has enough power, when it receives a redstone signal, will move the blocks. Cool. And it'll move them again. And it'll move them again until it runs out of frames, in which case there's nothing to move, so then you're out of luck. And of course, if you wanted to, we could do that. Now, the other cool thing you can do with frames is pretty much it'll move all sides of the block. So let's rotate this guy. I want to do... There we go. That guy. And then we will shift right click to make it go this way. We do that, and it drags those blocks with us like we would expect. Now, if you right click a frame block with the wrench, it turns it into this like grade mode. And that means it won't drag the blocks that it's touching. Pretty cool, right? So even if it's touching blocks, it won't drag them. So one of the things that I wanted to do like 10 episodes ago, and I wanted to work on my technology to be able to get to the point where I can do frames without much problem, is move that guy. Remember, we had him way up in the air and or on the ground, and we didn't have enough power, and we wanted to put him up in the air, but we were like, man, that's going to be annoying. Go all the way up there. So being able to frame move it up and down as needed would be kind of cool, right? And totally standing on frame blocks, like they will move you along with them. How cool is that? So if I'm standing on that thing when it goes up, I'll go up with it. I think that might be a cool build. Unfortunately, I don't think we have time this episode to really get into that. So what I'm going to do is break all this stuff that I built, and next episode we'll come back and ideally set up a cool kind of frame system that can move stuff. Now, every block that you want to move with frames needs to be attached to a frame block, which is going to be kind of ugly and annoying unless you use the new mechanic, which is the frame projector, which we're going to look at next episode. So for now, I'm going to wrap up. Next episode, we'll come back. We'll take a look at what the frame projector is and does, and we'll have fun playing with it. Cool? So for now, Darryl20 signing off. Hope you guys enjoyed the episode. Lots of good progress today. Tons of automation has been accomplished, and it's really getting to the point where I can easily autocraft all the things I need to autocraft, at least for now. All right, guys, take it easy. Hello everyone, this is Direwolf20 and welcome to episode 27 of Direwolf20's Let's Play series. Today, playing around with all this cool stuff. So we've got the drawer system that we set up last episode has finished processing what it was going to process. So it's completed the sandstone and the sand and the glass and the silicon and all that good stuff. I'm debating if I want to double that. I might. So let's actually throw a drawer upgrade in there that does... Do we want 2048 of all those things, or just 1024? I feel like 1024 would be sufficient, right? I feel like that's pretty doable. That's usually how I do my stick things. Yeah, that way we'll just kind of double what it can, potentially hold. So, boom, now you guys should be able to accept 1024 of all types of that stuff, and that'll be a good place to stick it at. Cool. So that's pretty cool. The next thing I want to start working on is funky locomotions. We took a look at this briefly last episode and talked about what we want to do. Today, we're going to implement it, and I'm hoping that by the end of the episode, we will have some kind of fully automated way to move the Astral Sorcery setup up there, up and down. I should probably take that back with me as well, so that we can decide, like, hey, I want to do stuff. So basically, like, I'll keep it on the ground at most times, and then if I'm doing something that requires more astral power than I currently have, at that altar, we can flip a switch and it'll move all the way up. I think that'll be cool. I like the idea of it moving. It might take a while because it has to move quite a few blocks. It'll take like probably 30 seconds to move up and down because I think it's roughly 1 second per frame move. And I'm pretty sure that thing's up quite a ways. But before we get too much into that, I want to talk about what the frame projector is. The frame projector is another really cool thing. So let's pop this guy back down, right? And we'll get him to the point where he's got frames on him, because we talked briefly about last episode how we're going to be using the frame projector and what its purpose is. So the frame projector, I don't know if it actually needs power or not. Boom. It doesn't look like it. There we go. So see how that projects like a triangle-ish type shape? If I shift right click this, it should increase that size. And basically anything captured inside that shape will get moved along with the frame. So let's say that we had some cobblestone on here. And a chest on top of the cobblestone with some stone in it, right? When we go to press the button that causes this thing to move, I don't think this requires RF. And it should encapsulate that whole thing, and boom, look at that. That is cool. Now, personally, I'm not a huge fan of the pyramid type shape that it has, and I don't think there's any way to change that. However, that said, I think a big part of that is the reason that super frames exist. And super frames seem to be a cool kind of thing that I'm not sure how I want to do it. If I want to do it with super frames or if I want to do it with something else. Because basically, there's stuff and things that we need to sort out. Let's try it with this, and if it doesn't work, then we'll do it super frames. How's that sound? Now, sometimes my builds like this I have tested in a single-player world, like a creative testing world, before I've built it. That is not the case here. I have not tested this. So I'm not really sure how this is all going to work out. Another thing we can do is probably consider how and what to build down here. So, is there a way, isn't there like a thing we can do with frame blocks? Closed on bottom sides. There's like a thing we can do to kind of craft them in such a way. I don't know. It's not super clear to me. But what we could do is have like a breaker slash placer block that places and breaks the frames. Because we're going to either need to have a hole deep enough to move the whole frame structure, or we do some kind of breaker placer thing that moves the frames. So we'll kind of experiment a little bit with this and see what we can come up with. That would just be like a fun, cool way to do stuff. So I guess what I'm going to do is clear out a little underground working area so that I can get to work down here. This should be deep enough if I decide to go the frame, breaker, and placer method, which I think is what I'm going to do for now. So let's run over here. What I'll probably want to get first is a mechanical user and breaker. So mechanical. So we're going to want 2 droppers. One that's going to be a miner, and one that's going to be a user. And that means we can do this and this. Cool. These guys will be responsible for breaking and placing the frame blocks as they move up and down. Good deal. And I should be able to come up with a good method for that to work. Yeah. I'm designing this in my head as I record, and that's kind of making my ability to speak a little difficult. But it's working. It's working. We're doing it live. So miner, user, and frame slider, right? So basically what I'd like to have is a frame slider facing this way and a frame slider facing this way. One that goes up and one that goes down. Cool. And what we'll have, technically, this guy should be here. So he'll go down and he'll go right? We want the flame that and then up, right? So up and then down, right? So we'll have a mechanical user here and a miner here. Does that make sense? No, I think what we're gonna want is, hold on. Yeah, that was right. User here and miner here. Okay, so you will place frame blocks. Place block, boom, right? And then let's get some power in here for a sec. Boom, that should go to those guys. So, and we'll want another button to demonstrate this, right? So every time you want to move things up, you'll place another, oh, you should not be there. Okay, there's a problem, hang on. These guys all need to be blocked such that the only sides that they're affecting will be the top and bottom. Now I wonder if there's a way that I can get you closed on north, south, east, and west. I think if I do this, they will now all be closed on north, south, east, and west. Cool. That's how it works. Okay, so once you've closed it, you can replicate it, right? So now they're all closed on north, south, east, and west. Cool. So now the only frame blocks that are going to be moved with this thing, it's going to place it. Place block. Cool. And you're a void miner. Cool. So they're closed on all sides. So now when we push this button, it'll go up. And it'll place a new one. And it'll go up. And it'll place a new one. And it'll go up. And it'll place a new one. And then on this one, it'll go down. And it'll break. And it'll go down. And it'll break. And it'll go down. And it'll break. And that's pretty cool by me, right? Isn't that neat? And then all we need is item ducts to connect these two things, and we'll take care of that in a minute. So basically we'll item duct to this out of here and back into here. Cool. I like it. Okay, so that's good. So that's going to be our up and down mechanic. And by the way, these don't have to be buttons. They can be levers, I want to say. I don't think I even have the resources on me to make a lever, but we're going to go get one. So basically what we're going to do is have a redstone signal that will be inverted, right? And we'll say, we'll basically have a NOT gate, and we'll say, when you're receiving a redstone signal, you'll be pushing up, and when you're not receiving a redstone signal, you'll be pushing down. That's kind of my plan here, right? So lever, and now we're talking. And if I put some speed upgrades in this thing, it would place blocks a little bit faster, I think, right? And then for this guy, lever, that would be cool. Might be getting stuck. I think because it's getting stuck on the bottom, it needs a reset. So we'll have to troubleshoot that and figure out a way around it. One way or another, we'll make it work. Cool. So I guess next step, let's get this guy all the way up there to the top. Yeah, and players still get a little bit funny motion on these frames. I might have just broken it. Yeah, if it gets stuck anywhere along the way, you have to toggle the signal on and off again. Having flight right now would have been amazing. I'm just curious if a solid block being there would help. And also taking off slime boots might help. Yeah, the stuttering I don't love, but we'll work around that as well. So when we get to a decent height here, I'll come back. All right, we're at the 32 block height just because that's how many things I had. So I'm going to put you here, and I'm going to wrench you. And there's no like textual information about how high you're going, which is kind of a bummer. I might need to do this with super frames. Not 100% sure. I like not having to do super frames, but we'll see. When you take off your slime boots to test something, put them back on before making a giant jump off of a tall tower. Dire derp. Okay, so we want to make sure to catch the whole thing in here. Right, so if I extend this to here, which seems to be, and unfortunately I have to do this while dirt pillaring. But that seems to catch pretty much the whole block space if I do that. And then let's do... It's kind of hard to see that thing, but I'm pretty sure... I'm going to bring it up one level. And that seems to be encapsulating the whole floor. And then we're going to want 1, 2, 3 more levels to catch the whole thing, right? 1, 2, 3. And that should be getting the whole thingamabobber now. So that does seem to be the same Y-level height as the pillars. So in theory now, if I start letting this thing come down, it should drag the whole thing with me. And also, in theory, it won't crash the game. But those are all theories. I don't really know for sure. I'm especially hopeful about the not crashing the game thing. You always want to, whenever you're using frames, they're much better now than they used to be. But there's still the occasional, like, oops, I moved something I probably shouldn't have moved. And that's when you want to be careful. So make sure you have a backup of your world before you do anything too crazy. I totally have a backup of my world, by the way. Hey, it's almost nighttime. Let me sleep through the night, and we'll be right back. So, in theory, when I flip this lever, it should move that whole stinking thing down one level. That is neat. Okay. That is neat. I like it. I'm gonna try speed upgrades to make this thing break faster, and I'm curious if it breaks quickly enough, if it will be able to move smoothly without needing a repeating redstone signal. Because I'd like to avoid a repeating redstone signal if I can. So a speed upgrade is going to require a bit of gold and a bit of gold. So we're going to need... Let's get 10 of them for now. How is my gold situation? I have 12 gold, so the answer is it's bad. And that's fine. And I have a few speed upgrades in here, so I wouldn't mind testing that. And then redstone, we're going to want about 10 of each. To-do list, more gold. Oh wait, wrong thing. That and that is what I wanted. Oh, that's right. There's like a limit to speed upgrades now or something silly like that. Oh well. Like speed upgrades are different now. I forgot about that. Speed upgrades have like different tiers to them. So what's like the next tier? It's the magical speed upgrade. And that requires enchanted ingots and magical apples. Which, actually utilities enchanter. Okay. And magical apples. Okay. We'll look into that in maybe a minute or two. Well, let's try it with the 4 speed upgrades and we'll see how fast it breaks. Well, this is experiment time. See what happens. So if I put speed upgrades in this guy, he should break things more quickly. Okay, cool. So if I do that... Alright, turn that off. Close. It needs to be faster. Looks like we're looking at the enchanter thingy. So an enchanter requires this, and pretty much any enchanted book, it looks like. So I guess I could get an enchantment table and a book. And I do have some experience on me, even though I just died and lost what I would consider to be a pretty decent amount of it. I'm surprised that 1 death wrecked my experience that bad, but oh well. If it can be any book, then in theory it doesn't need things around it. forgot holding. That's cool. Right. Enchanter. Cool. I don't know how this thing works. Even a little bit. Did I make a dark here by mistake? Oh, I totally did. Way to go, Dire Derp. No idea how this block works, so I'm going to stick it in an area that has power nearby. And we will see what we see. So it does need power. That's cool. So 16 apples and lapis. Does it need experience? Enchanter requires a full set of nearby bookshelves or other enchantment boosting blocks. Cool. That's neat. Give me a sec. I can do that. So there's two options. There is either... Can we do mana pylons? They still count as... Oh, look, they have a totally different look, don't they? Botania. Come on, I just want the... Not that. Let's search for the pylons. Mana pylons, I think, will get me what I want. Setting one to adjacent to it as if it were a bookshelf will drastically increase the power it can convey. Just 2 of these are enough to reach level 30. So in theory, mana pylons should work. So I just need 2 diamonds, 4 iron. Aw, needs more power. Hold on. Coal. Again, we'll be back in a minute. Alright, just waiting on a little bit more mana here. It should be any moment. Come on, iron. Let's go. Should be any moment. There it goes. Nice. Okay, so I should, in theory, now have the ability to make a mana pylon. Cool. So will that work? Will you recognize mana pylons? I kind of like their new appearance. They look fancy. Just gonna... try this? That's a bummer. Doesn't recognize it. Kind of cool that you can, like, do things, though. Okay, I guess bookshelves it is. We'll use these mana pylons later, so it's not like we really wasted them. But you definitely need to be elsewhere. So, bookshelves. So luckily this rice recipe exists, because that's huge for my ability to make bookshelves. But we are now at a point where we have enough bookshelves. So, again, haven't used this block before, don't really know much about how it works. I assume it works just like any other enchantment table. So it is extra utilities, and this is kind of an extra utilities room. So what if the enchanter went here? Do you retain your power? You don't. And then the bookshelves kind of went around it. That's probably one too close. I wanted it here more so. That's going to give me my books back. No big deal. Probably close that wall up. Learning how the enchanter works today, guys. Can't wait. Let's just put you here for the time being. Okay, now you're happy. Okay, cool. So is it just that and that's it, and then some power? We Should Tish have power around nearby? Oh boy, you guys are really gonna yell at me if I dire wire that, aren't you? Let's do... You can become the thing that I want. The wireless doohickey, right? Yeah, cool. We'll see if that's enough power. I don't know if 80's enough here. Seems to be. Cool. Okay. So then if I wanted to get the magical ingots, right? So you guys with enchanted ingots are what? Gold and lapis? Literally not enough gold. Awesome. Guess who's going mining for a few minutes? Be right back. Alright, 22 gold should be sufficient. We'll route that, and they should immediately start processing. Nice. Cool, and then the rest can go in there, and that's cleared up. Excellent. So now that we've got the gold that we're going to need, we'll take these guys out of here. We can sort a few things in here. Maybe even sleep through the night real quick. And then what we'll do is grab at least 4 gold, so 2 more. Go downstairs and check on our enchanter. So in theory, it should have gotten me my enchanted apples. So now we do these guys and these guys, and that takes about 10 seconds to convert. That's not bad. So that's not terrible. That's not bad at all. Can I eat these? You feel your luck changing. I don't know if that was a good or a bad idea. I mean, Tema made this mod. Sounds scary to me. So then we just convert these guys into those guys. So it's 4 enchanted ingots per speed upgrade. It doesn't tell me how much this speeds it up, but I assume it's better than 4 speed upgrades? I don't know. We might need a few more of these, but we'll find out. So let's, like, test this, right? I think the easiest way to test it would be to put it in here. So if I put 4 of these guys in here, right? And we just, let's just use lapis for an example, right? It's 80 GP. If I put 1 of these dudes in here, it's 32 GP. So it's not quite as good. Okay, so that's cool. And hey, could you stop doing what you're doing? That would be great. So we're gonna want a few more gold, like 8 more, and we'll probably want 3 of these guys. So that means 8 more gold and 8 more lapis. Cool. Back in a minute. So yeah, for clarification, 4 speed upgrades make it a 2-second operation, and 1 of these makes it a 5-second operation. So that's cool. So yeah, 4 of these is definitely better than 1 of these, but 4 of these is going to be better than 4 of those. Makes sense. Okay, I was just trying to figure out the math. Never really played with it before. So 3 of these should be quite fast. It's not the fastest thing you're going to get, but it's going to be pretty good. So hopefully that's enough that this thing breaks quickly. Pretty close. Let me get 1 more of those. So it was all for naught. It didn't work out. Sorry, guys. It was worth a try, but no such luck. So we're going to have to use the timer from RF Tools. I was just trying to avoid it and see what we could do. But hey, it does look like the whole thing's moving down, which is kind of cool. So up is fine, but down is what needs a timer, right? So what I'm going to basically want to do... And this actually kind of works for my need to invert, but that works. Why you stop suddenly? Okay, no, we're cool. Breaker. Oh, it's power. Power is the reason we aren't moving anymore. We're going to need more power over here then. Because you actually require a lot of RF to move. Interesting. Good to know. Everything was good until the power stopped. And then things were not good. Question. If I grabbed a few flux ducts, does this whole little sneaky workaround kind of cheaty thing still work? Not sure. We're gonna find out though. Serving 2 tiles. So you don't seem to serve the flux ducts, which is kind of a bummer. But that's okay, because that was always kind of like a hokey, hacky workaround anyway. This thing's almost down, which is cool. I just need basically more power over here, which is kind of a bummer. I'm gonna have to run power to this area from my base, which is gonna be hard. Unless, you know what else I could do? Would this work? Is that feeding power any faster? I feel like it's not. Doesn't seem to be, does it? That's a bummer too. Alright, back in a minute. Alright, so as a temporary measure, that may or may not remain permanent. I'm wondering if these things can feed energy cells. Worth a thought. Now, where are you at? Did you get stuck? This thing got stuck. So that's actually kind of cool. That's interesting. So the reason it got stuck is... Okay, I see why it got stuck. And it also is maybe a little bit of a problem. We'll see. So if I stuck... So you guys basically need power, right? This might be a little bit... I didn't bring it up. Hold on. Okay, try that again. So we're going to want basically to have... Yeah, that's a little there. Yeah, getting energy to these 2 locations is going to actually be a little tricky, but if I did it on this side, it might not be terrible. So we could just do leadstone here and here, and now you guys should be nicely juiced up. I'm not sure if you're serving 3 tiles now, so that's kind of a thing. So are you getting power from this? Nice. Okay, cool. Okay, so it's front and back. That needs power. Cool. Alright, so that should work, right? So now if we want to decide how we feel. So here's the thing, right? When we turn you off with a lever, that should stop the running of the timer. It doesn't. Hey, I thought you responded to a redstone signal. Alright, so I'll use the sequencer in this mode, loop 4. So the sequencer, real quick tutorial on this. This is the delay between each step. And white means redstone signals being emitted, and black means it's not. So every tick, it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 ticks on, 8 ticks off. 8 ticks on, 8 ticks off, because that's the way I filled out the sequencer. And it's set to loop whenever you're receiving a redstone signal. So when redstone signal is on, you'll pulse, and when it's off, you won't pulse. Cool? You can do a lot of fancy stuff with sequencers, and we'll get into some of that later, probably. So for now, though, you're going to behave more like a timer than anything. Just weird that that timer didn't want to behave itself too well. So let's pop down here. So instead of you're going to have the sequencer, but there you go, only when you're receiving a redstone signal. Cool? So now this, I want to see what this starts moving up. So that's what I thought it would do, is that it would move those things upwards. Now, are you stuck on something? You shouldn't be stuck on something. You're not stuck, right? Oh, you haven't... we didn't set up those item routing things. Now you should go. Cool. Okay, so let's stop you for a sec. I'm going to remove... Well, do I want to keep that? I kind of want to remove that. And let's get it down as far as it can go by flipping that lever, and that'll move my whole pillar down some. Neat. Now you're stuck on what? Shouldn't be stuck on anything there. Are you stuck on something? Or are you stuck on the inability to move down anymore? You're stuck on the inability to move down anymore. Okay, cool. So that's nifty. Because you don't want to project that frame projector down? Okay, so that's not terrible. So what I could do is just kind of do something like this. And now we've got this thing that looks cool. Right? And when we decide that we want to move him upwards, we turn this off, and we turn this on. And now, like magic, it's just going to move all the way up. It's kind of cool, huh? So the next thing I want to test real quick before we wrap up the episode is to validate that the block from Astral Sorcery is detecting the fact that it's moved by frames. Because some blocks are cool with it, and some blocks are not so cool with it. So what we're going to do is let it go all the way down, stop, and then we're going to take a look at you. So this thing at midday is right around this spot. If I move him up, he should be cool. So off and on. And also, what's it like to ride this thing? Is it all kinds of derpy times or what? Yeah, I get a little bit stuttery. But that's okay. Oh, and sometimes you fall through it. Happens. We'll deal with that after the fact. So that thing's moving up. We'll be back in a minute. We could also teleport those, by the way, if we wanted to. Okay, so now in midday, well, it's not super midday. It's kind of getting late at night, but it definitely looks like it's in better shape power-wise. So I'm going to say that it looks like the Starlight Crafting Altar handles being moved by frames well, which is a good sign. Now we just need a way to kind of let it get up there. I hate when that happens. It's kind of a derpy that happens every now and then when you break blocks too fast in Minecraft. I'll fix this after. So for now, I think we're going to wrap up the episode, but we have a functioning move up and down zone, so it's kind of neat. We will come back next time. We'll do this with cobblestone, because you don't break cobblestone too fast. That's a thing you don't have to worry about too much. We'll come back next episode, and we'll see about putting this thing to good use. I would like to be able to teleport up there. Whether that becomes a thing or not, I don't know. We'll figure it out. But for now, like I said, wrapping up point. Devil20 signing off. Hope you guys enjoyed the episode. Take it easy. Hello, everyone. This is Direwolf20, and welcome to episode 28 of Direwolf20's Let's Play series. Today, want to work on some more stuff from Astral Sorcery. I think I want to get back into that mod because I haven't played with it as much as I would have liked to at this point. I definitely want to get into it some more. But before I jump into it, one quick thing I do want to make is a wireless grid. Dun dun dun. So we're going to need one of these, one of these, and maybe while I'm at it, definitely going to want a couple of those, one of these, all kinds of good stuff. So wireless grid is super useful because it gives you wireless access to your whole nifty refined storage system. Those of you who've played with refined storage before or applied energistics, because they have a similar mechanic, should be relatively familiar with this mechanic. So it's really cool, and I'm excited to play with it. The other thing I might want to kick off is item ducts. False item ducts. Can I get like 20 of those missing item ducts? Didn't I teach you how to make item ducts? Could have sworn that I did, but you know what? I probably didn't. So you. I'm guessing I never did teach this recipe? Okay, well that's that then. Because I want to speed up. Nice. Okay, cool. So now I should be able to make a wireless grid. It should be just you. Did you not finish your food processors? Come on, buddy. What's taking so long? Oh. See, I knew that things could jam up every now and then. I'm gonna have to do something about that. Yeah, if you craft a little too fast, things can definitely jam up. And that's what happened down here. So we're gonna have to deal with that. So we'll put these guys here, and then a wireless grid. Just need a little bit of quartz. Nice. So now to remember how this works, I think I just shift right click on the controller, and now we have wireless access. Nice. Now that does boost up our power use, by the way, a little bit. It currently uses 8 RF a tick, but it also has a limited range. I think if you right click on this, you'll see what the range is 16 blocks. We're probably going to want to boost that with a range booster. It's going to be an upgrade, I know that much. We're going to want like a handful for now. So Ender Pearl, Redstone, and upgrades. So let's get about 8 of these upgrades, and then we'll... I'm not going to teach you how to autocraft these. We're going to need more sugarcane for sure. Because it's not like we're going to need to be making them a lot. Range upgrades really only apply a little bit. That is enough, yes. So I can just do this, and then from here request some upgrades. Not speed upgrades. Regular upgrades, cool. Alright, so while that's cooking, and it's going to be a few minutes, let's get back to this guy. So we were playing with this nifty block. I wish I could hide that glowing effect that occurs with the frame projector. That would be cool. I wonder if there's a way to do that. I don't actually know. If I could, that would be cool. But if I can't, we'll figure something out. But it's working great. I've been playing with it a little bit off camera. One thing I do want to do, though, once I can sleep through the night, is maybe set up the whole flip lever move platform thing. And then we also have to figure out how we're going to get up there when it's up to the top height. Because one of the problems is that it's really tall. And we still don't have a good way to get up there. Come on, dude. It's 100% night. Let's go. Picky, picky, picky. So how are you with refined storage? Are you cool? Yeah, 8 upgrades. Ender pearls, we're going to want 8 of, and then redstone. So we'll drop all these guys in here and let those cook. And then what am I going to do for that? Let's do RF tools wireless doohickeys. So redstone transmitters and receivers need machine bases. 1, 2. We're going to want to create 1 transmitter and 1 receiver. Nice. Cool. So these guys work like so. You place one in the world, and when you right-click the transmitter and receiver on each other, it sets their channel. So this is currently channel 1, this is currently channel 1. And those of you who've played with this mod before probably know this already. But as a reminder, because I've gotten a lot of comments about this lately too, this series is definitely meant to be a tutorial for people who don't really know the mods that well. So I know like I'm covering things that a lot of you have seen before, but I'm also covering things that a lot of people who might be new to the channel or might be new to mods aren't familiar with. So I want to make sure that people who are watching this, like, you know what I'm doing, how and why, and all that good stuff. Cool. So range upgrades. This should be cool. I think 8. I don't know how many can max fit in here, but oh, it's 4 that we could have made. All right, well that bumps up to 48 blocks. That's cool. If we want to have more range, we're going to need another wireless broadcaster. There is I think it's part of refined storage add-ons. It's an infinite wireless transmitter, but that needs another star, and we're still a little bit of ways away from that. All right, so what I want to do is basically come over here and have a lever that's going to be my redstone transmitter, and then we're going to have a redstone receiver downstairs, and we'll see what kind of fun we can have with this. So we'll put the lever here, and basically what we want to do, when the lever's on, I want it to go up. So when the lever's on, I want it to turn on this and turn off this. And then we want to invert it. So we basically need an inverter, basically. We need a NOT gate. I don't know if any mods have a NOT gate, really. I mean, I can use a redstone torch if I want to use regular vanilla redstone, which is fine. But I don't think there's any not gate specifically. The other troublesome thing with playing with redstone too much is there's really not currently, not that I can think of, a good redstone wire block that exists, right? There's no conduits or anything. I'm wondering if, I know there's a logic gate. I wonder if a logic gate. Did I teach you redstone comparators? I'm gonna. Because I want you to know how to make these guys. I'm not sure that there's like a lot of good wire in the pack right now, because there's really just nothing out there that has much by way of that that's released right now, unless I'm not aware of it. So a little bit more of that. We're gonna try the logic gate to see if he can behave as a NOT gate. Let's see. So with this one, we can just say when B is off, emit a redstone signal. And when B is on, do not emit a redstone signal. That should basically work like a NOT gate. So we're going to need some more redstone, and we might be doing a little bit of vanilla redstoning, right? So that can work like a NOT gate. Now, in fairness, I could have just used a regular redstone torch, but I like using gates where possible, just cause. Cool. So when the redstone signal is off, there we go. Nice. I'm gonna put you maybe here. Does that sound fair? I think so. So we can set up our receiver now. I'm gonna break you. That should work. And then we put our receiver here. So check this out, right? When the receiver's getting a signal, it'll turn off the down frame and it'll turn on the up frame. And when it's not getting a signal, it'll do the opposite, right? So I flip this lever, and the frame should start going up. In theory. Did you move something? What happened? Oh, right. I still don't have... First off, why are you down here? Because you guys shouldn't be here. I have to get those item conduits going between those two things. Let's get a servo. Which I may or may not have. See the range thing that I was talking about? Cool. We'll do a hardened. That should be fine. And since we have, we happen to have these on me, I can set this up now. There's your problem. So that should pull out the frame blocks from there. Nice. Cool. Right? So lever on, frames go up. Lever off, frames go down. Nice. I like it. What I think I'd like to do, by the way, is make sure that this doesn't happen. So the best way to do that, realistically, would be to not have any room down there for that to happen. So let's just test that this frame thing is still working. With those blocks there, it shouldn't matter. Hold on. It might kind of matter. What I should do is get one frame. Did I put my wrench away? And put it there. Because what'll happen is it'll grab the cobble underneath, which I guess isn't the end of the world. It probably won't matter. Let's see how it behaves, and then we'll kind of go from there. Right? So, frame up. And then frame down. That should be fine. Yeah, I'll let pretty much one frame stick down there. Now if it goes up, is it going to grab that cobble? That's the question. I think it will, but I don't think that's going to be a problem. Oh, no, it actually doesn't. Okay, so we're cool there. We're cool then. Nice. Yeah, that's right. That's how it works. Okay, so yeah, that doesn't need to be there. And that's cool, right? So we've now got, you know, lever directly controls the up and down mechanic of this thing moving. That's kind of cool. I like that. Frames, how I've missed you. Nice. Okay, so with this thing now fully functional, let's get into some more Astral Sorcery fun. So I'm going to put away some stuff that we don't need at the moment. And let's get into Astral Sorcery. So we have our Astral Tome still. Where we left off with Astral Sorcery was right around the Attunement chapter. So we got into the Attunement phase. We got to the point where we got some Iron Transmutation and we made some Star Metal. Remember that? And we looked at Focus Starlight a little bit. The Telescope, I think, is one of the next things we're going to want to get into. And then from there, there's a few other really useful blocks that we're going to play with a little bit. So, let's take a look. So Star Metal we have some of. Let's look at the Telescope. I don't think I've made one of these yet. So I'm going to look at the Telescope and see what happens. Also, out of curiosity, Refined Add-ons does have a wireless crafting grid. Oh, well that I should have made. It's like super not hard. Let me make one of these real quick off camera. I'll be back. So yeah, let's try out this wireless crafting grid, dude. So this, nice, like that. Wireless crafting, yeah. I assumed that the wireless crafting grid would be an upgrade to the wireless grid, but it wasn't, so okay, neat. That's cool. So now we can auto-craft, or manually craft things from here. Alright, so what we'll probably want to do with this in mind is get a telescope built. So let's try it with our crafting grid now. So a telescope is going to help us. I probably shouldn't have slept through the night, but that's okay. Let's set you to search box JEI synchronized. Nice. Okay, cool. So that's a Starlight crafting altar. We're gonna need so we're gonna need gold, Akasha planks, glass lens. Glass lens is aquamarine. Okay. So aquamarine, we've got one of those. Nice. We're gonna need some gold, it looks like. Which we are still low on. What else do we need for a telescope? Wood and sticks. And let's also grab, there's the linking tool, the resonating wand. Oh yeah, I want to turn off your extra quantity thing. There we go. The resonating wand is what we use to craft, right. So let's pop over here and see what we got. Enderman, investigating my work. Dun dun dun. There we go. Nice. Okay, so a telescope is going to need a looking glass, which is glass panes, wood, and gold. There we go. So that definitely needs more power. So let's either wait for nighttime, because that'll be enough during the night, or bring this up to the top level. So I'll be back in a minute when we get up there. So I want to try something. I don't know if this will work, but it's worth a shot. What if we... an elevator here. Will this elevator reach all the way up and down? It would be really cool if it did. And it was like right on the corner there. That would be like super cool if this works. If it doesn't, I'll be a little bit bummed. I'm not gonna lie. And the elevator should move up and down with the platform, so that like when it's at the top, I can use the elevator to get there, and when it's at the bottom, I don't need it. Oh, that is awesome. That works. All right, so that's a way to get up and down. Sweet. And the whole movement system should also still work, right? So I should be able to lever that. The elevator is going to move with the whole platform, and then beautiful. That is beautiful. Oh, look, it did do that thing I thought it might do. That's okay? Or no, it's not okay. I guess it's okay. I had a feeling it would grab that block. Not the end of the world. Alright, getting dark out. It's a good time. What's my lighting situation up here? It's interesting. What's generating light in this general area? Oh, it's the light well. Ah, well, I guess light wells generate light. That kind of makes sense, if you think about it. That'll do. Alright, so this thing should be craftable now. Totally. Thank you, Starlight. Telescope incoming. Nice. And that, looking glass, 2 gold, wood, and sticks. Makes a nice fancy telescope. So the telescope is used to identify constellations in the sky. We've already found a few constellation books, and once you've found those individual like things in the dungeon chest loot, you know about the constellations. I think there's about a dozen of them. We've detected 4 already, courtesy of those little things. We can now look for them in the sky using our telescope. Woot! So if you look inside the telescope, you'll see that there's basically a bunch of stars in the sky. And you can rotate the telescope, just like we did there. And now we're pointing off in that direction instead of looking in that direction. Cool. You'll notice that as soon as you find... So there's basically like one segment for each of the different constellations. And as soon as you find one that looks good, so like this one is not good because I don't see any big flashing stars. This one, on the other hand, I do see some big flashing stars. So this is probably a constellation that we've already discovered courtesy of this. So let's look and try and figure out like what this layout is going to look like. So looks like it's got about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 kind of big star things going on there. So if we look in here, I think it's Dissidia, I want to say. So what we're going to want to do then is connect this up by drawing lines between each of these guys and drawing the constellation in the same way that Dissidia is drawn in the book. So see that? Boom, we just discovered a constellation, Dissidia. From this point forward, the constellation will be visible in the night sky for us at all times, which is kind of cool in my opinion. I think that's really a neat touch. So we've discovered one of the 4 constellations that we already know about in the night sky. So now we can rotate our telescope and find another one. Oh good, this one has some big ones too. So 1, 2, 3 here, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 here, it looks like. So what does that look like to me? It could be Eversio. So that, if it is, would just be like lines coming from the center to all these points. I was correct! Hooray! Nice! So we just found another constellation in the night sky. Beautiful. Loving it. So this one I don't see any big glowing stars yet. And they'll start to fill out as we find more constellation pages, these guys, inside the dungeon loots, right? The chests and whatnot. Looking for any other big stars. Oh, here we go. Cool. So that one would either be Visio or Avidity. So what does this look like? 1, 2, 3 here. 1, 2, 1, 2. It could be this one. It could be. If it is, it would look something like... I don't think it's this one. No, I think it's the other one. I think it's Avita. So that, and then line, and then line, and line. That's a little tricky. So it's like a V here, a V here, a line down, and a line across. That's really actually tricky. Hold on. I might need to like screenshot that. Okay, so let's see if I can map that a little bit easier now. It doesn't entirely look like that. I don't know. I feel like there should be a big star up here somewhere if that's really the one that it is. I might not be entirely wrong about this. Hold on, let's try it if I'm right. It could be this one. It really doesn't feel like it though. No, I think it's totally this, this, this. Doesn't feel right either to me. Huh. Let's flip through to other constellations and we'll come back to that one maybe. Are there any other big constellations jumping out at me? That seems to be the main one that's available right now. And I think you'll find other ones at other times of night, but I might be wrong about that. Nothing else big jumping out. And again, as we find more constellation paper, we'll be in better shape. For more and more constellations, that is. Yeah, this one's tricky. I'm thinking that. Yeah, it doesn't look like the right shape to me. It kind of looks like Vicchio, but it also kind of doesn't. Yeah, it's really weird. I don't know which one this is. Because this shouldn't be here. If this was like, if this came out like to here, then I'd be like, all right, yeah, we're cool, but it's not. Interesting. All right, so let's come back in a sec. You know, let's look at the book, because what happens is once you've mapped them out, so we found in the night sky this one and this one, right? So that is Evorcio and Dysphia. Once you've found these guys, you can find some neat information about their rituals and a couple of other things you can do with them. Nice. So this is kind of like the first step to unlocking some of the powers of the constellations. So each of the constellations in the night sky have a specific power and a specific effect that they can give a player. And I should probably turn off my light levels. And then let's look at the next chapter of the book, because as we get further into the mod, it will make more sense. So in order to upgrade to the next one, we have to do Celestial Altar, but there's a lot of other things that we can get to before we do Celestial Altar. So we got Impulsion Wand, we got, I don't know if we made these yet, the Formation and the Conversion Wands, but before we get to that, I'd like to look at making a Celestial Gateway and Attunement. Those are some of the big parts of this chapter that we're going to want to get to, and maybe even some rituals. But a Celestial Gateway, I think, is the next thing I want to really make. So let's do this. Let's hop downstairs. We'll get prepared with a bunch of the stuff that we want to make while it's daytime, and then when nighttime comes around, we can craft again. How does that sound? Cool. So let's get away from that creeper who's looking at me like, hey, Direwolf, I want to blow up your cool fancy contraptions that you made. And then we'll have some fun. So in order to get a Celestial Gateway, which is kind of the next thing I want to look at getting, we're going to need 2 of these Celestial Gateways. So we need 8 dust. So we need about 10 star metals. Hopefully we do have about that. Refresh my memory. I have to smelt these, right? And there's no... So Flux Anodizers gets me 2. That's cool. If I have any Cinnabar, which I think I do, that's nifty. And Rich Slag. And Sand will get me 2, at least. Cool. You can see that there's like some things we can do. That requires Blazing Pyrotheum. We'll get into some of that stuff a little bit later. So let's do this with... Cinnabar comes from if I So occasionally it comes from gold, but it's like 50% from 25% from redstone, 50% from destabilized redstone. All right, cool. So that's not like the worst thing in the world. So if I put these guys in here, that should quickly get me like 15 star metal. Nice. Ooh, and we're getting rich slag from it. Nice. That's even cooler. %, huh? Cool. Okay, so a bunch of star metal, which is nice, and some rich slag, which is also nice. This stuff, can I pulverize this? So I can put it in a pulverizer. Yes. Oh, and I can even pulverize that into 2? Well, that's even fancier. I'm going to do that. I didn't realize I could pulverize star metal. That's cool. I probably like saw that a couple episodes ago and was excited by it, and then forgot that that's a thing. So I'm sure the comments will have a lot of funny things to say about me not knowing that. Oh, I can't wait. Nice. So the other thing we're going to need for a gateway is some more of those glass lenses, which requires more aquamarine. So we'll have to go get some of that. We're going to need... We need an attune... No, regular rock crystal. Okay, cool. We have some of those? We do have some rock crystals. I don't think it matters too much what the stats on this rock crystal are, so I'm going to get like the 2 weakest ones that I have. So that's cool for a gateway. And then illumination powder, which also needs an aquamarine, and some glowstone. Illumination powder is cool, by the way. So we're going to need a bunch of aquamarines, long story short. Starlight infusion, gas pane. So starlight infuser? Yeah, I don't think we have access to make those yet. We might want to look at that eventually, though. Cool. Right, we don't have a starlight infuser thing yet. Attunement? Nah, that might be next chapter. Okay. So let's go get some aquamarine. See what we can do for finding that. I know there's like one over here. There it is. Nice. Oh, wow. You get a lot of aquamarine when you've got fortune on your drill. Today I learned. So I'm going to go find a few more of these off camera and we'll be right back. Really just running along beaches is kind of the best way to find aquamarine because it is not what I would call uncommon. It's not like super common, but it's not also super uncommon. Of course, I just found like 5 of them in a row and then came back to show you how common they are, and now I can't find any. But that's how Minecraft is sometimes. All luck. But yeah, it's not super uncommon. Like you find it pretty frequently right in the shores. Like I've already found half a stack of it, so that's not terrible. See, there's another one. Nice. Not enough for now. Let's see if there's any more right around this corner, and then we'll be good. Alright, that's cool. Teleporting home, just because it's quicker. Boom. Okay, so lots of aquamarines that we need. We got a little bit of sand while we were out there. Let's get some more glass panes. Just to have. And of course, we're going to like auto refill this thing back up to 24 because that's awesome. Love automation. All right, so that's all good. So that's what we're going to need for the gateway. We're also going to need 2 ruined marble. Marble, we've got some of. So we've got astral sorcery marble. I don't think we have any ruined at the moment. But I want to test this. So that goes in. So chiseling can just turn marble into that. So I want to confirm this. So can I just put this in here and get raw marble out? Nice. Okay, cool. Then I can get ruined marble as well. Sweet. So out of curiosity, that makes 2. So it is 1-to-1 on this one. Which is neat. So I can get, you know, whatever I want out of this, right? So if I want some ruined marble, we can do that. We can obviously, you know, craft them, right? So that's 1-to-1 as well. Chiseled marble is 1-to-1. So pretty much everything is like, it's different crafting recipes, but it's always one marble makes another style of marble, right? So that should be cool. So let's come back after it's nighttime, and we'll be ready to go. All right, guys. Looks like the sun is setting, which gives us, nice, some access to this good stuff. So Celestial Gateway. I don't think I can shift click into this thing, so we're going to have to put our crystal. Illumination powder is going to need... Did I forget glowstone? I might have forgot glowstone. Do I have range? We're so close. But not close enough. Ow, ow. Why am I suddenly not able to run? Oh, I have slowness on. Bad combination there. Alright, cool. So let's quickly try and craft our Celestial Gateway, and then we're going to have to probably wind up playing with it next episode, because I think we're getting close to the old wrapping up point. But if we can get the gateway crafted, I will feel better. Nice. Okay, cool. So that's good. I don't think I can do, like, just regular... Yeah, I can't do that, can I? Okay. So gateway. So we're going to need a couple more glass panes. I wonder if this... Does this work? I have no idea if this works. Hey, it does work. Well, that's cool. Okay, so we're gonna want this dude, we're gonna want this dude, we're gonna want a couple of these. We're gonna want one of those in the middle. We're gonna want these guys. That should get me my Celestial Gateway. Nice. All those cool particle effects going on with craft fancy things on this altar. There are many more cool particle effects in the near future, by the way. Nice, there it is. Celestial Gateway number 1. Cool. Then we're going to want 2 more of these dudes. I should have made 4 of them instead of 2, but we're looking. Cool, cool, cool. Okay. So... 1, 2, one of these, the rock crystal, these guys, the illumination powder, and this. Nice. Beautiful. So we've got 2 Celestial Gateways. I think what we're going to do is come back next episode and implement them. And the other thing I'd like to work on next episode, if I may, is attunement. The attunement structure is large. It's a 19 by 19 by 6 structure. So it is 19 blocks squared. Like, that is a lot of blocks. However, once we have it, it really unlocks a lot of the cool stuff that the mod has to offer. So I think what we're going to do is wrap up the episode here. We will come back next episode. We will implement our Celestial Gateway, among a few other things. I'm just going to teleport home because there's probably a lot of bad guys out there. So Celestial Gateway, what is it? How does it work? We're going to find out next episode. For now, take it easy. Hello everyone, this is Direwolf20, and welcome to episode 29 of Direwolf20's Let's Play series. It's dark out. I kind of like the fact that it's dark out because it's Astral Sorcery time, and that's a good time to hide some darkness. But, that said, I do want to sleep through the night and proceed to get started with what I wanted to work on. Of course, there's just creepers everywhere. No creepers. Yeah. See you later, alligator. So, last episode we continued with Astral Sorcery. We even had a little bit of fun getting the frame stuff finalized, and doing some Astral goodies, to get ready to make the next block that I really want to focus on getting done, which is the Gateway block. And then we want to get into some of the infusion abilities that Astral Sorcery gives us. Alignment or something like that. I forget what it's called, but it's a thing that's cool. And we're going to play with it. So put away a bunch of junk that we don't need at the moment. That should be cool. You can tell I went mining between episodes, maybe, because there's a bunch of ore in there. Yeah, totally a good indication that I went mining between episodes, because we were getting a little bit low on resources. So last episode we wrapped up with a little bit of a cliffhanger, where we made a Celestial Gateway. Woohoo! Now the Celestial Gateway is a multi-block structure, which is going to need the following blocks. It's a Celestial Gateway. It's going to need 20 marble arches, 25 sooty marble, 4 ruined and 4 engraved. So 20 marble arches. So let's get a chisel. We already have like a junky chisel. Let's get a nicer chisel, a diamond chisel. And in every version of this mod in the past, the eye chisel has been like buggy. So I'm not going to try it right now. Maybe at some point. What's the... Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look that bad. But I don't know, like, what... I don't know why. But it's always been a little bit, like, broken-y. And we're going to want marble, right? So we've got 1 sooty marble. And we can get these guys. So we're going to want 25 sooty marbles. So what's the recipe for this? Can I just do it in here? Except marble? Like this? Oh, that does work. Cool. Okay, well, that's good. So there's your 25 city marble. Neat. Perfect. I'm going to need to get more marble, by the way, and I've started looking into how to go about getting some. There's an option or two. But aside from that, we're going to need 20 marble arches. So what's the durability on this guy? 55? Cool. So 20 marble arch. Okay. 4 ruined and 4 engraved. Cool. 4 ruined and 4 engraved. Nice. Now I got to do it all again. Because we want 2 of these bad boys. So we're going to do this. Technically, I need more of it. So we are rapidly getting to the point where we need more marble. What is our marble situation? So we need 20 more arches. That's going to be rough. So let's look into how we can get more marble. Marble, there's 2 types of marble. So there's a marble from Astral Sorcery, which you can find in the overworld in some locations. It's not super common, but it exists out there. Have I been putting marble into here? I have, but I've got such a small amount of it, it's not even worth mentioning. I've got 7. I mean, it's better than 0, but I have been getting it. And then there's the other marble, which I guess is marble from Chisel. Yeah, and that is also World Gen, which you can find in different dimensions. So that tends to be at higher Y levels. So in the mining world, it's not terribly uncommon at Y level 60s. Yeah, that's not cool. So crafting of marble is totally a thing you can do. It's not super easy, but apparently if we put limestone in a compactor, we'll get some marble. So limestone, is that a thing that I've been getting underground? Again, a really small amount. Like, an almost comical amount of limestone has been found underground. A comically small amount. Luckily, there is a compacting recipe for that. It is a bone block, which we can find, apparently. So we can do that or just that. And then bone meal, we can obviously pulverize, right? So, like, what if we just got a stack of bones and threw it in the pulverizer with some augments to do more augmenting? And what I might do, just to make this a little bit easier, is throw a chest on here and configure you to output to the top. Cool. Meanwhile, let's get a Signalum conversion kit, which has a lot of prerequisites. And I'm going to drop that onto my compactor because we're at the point where I think having an upgraded compactor would probably make me a little bit of sense. So apparently I'm getting like 6 bone meal per bone by doing it like that. So that's cool. I'm just wondering if there's another way that's even better. Not really. Yeah, that's pretty much your best bet. So you're going to get 6 stacks or so. So what if we got half a stack of bone meal, right? So 6 stacks of bone meal from a stack and 3 stacks from half a stack would equal 9 stacks, right? And then that would be 1 stack of blocks, which would become 1 stack. So basically a stack and a half of bones becomes 1 stack of marble after all the processing is complete. Which doesn't sound too bad. So there's your 6 stacks, right? If we turned you into bone blocks and requested as many more of those as we could make and throw them into here, that's not terribly so. How's my upgrade kit coming along? So we've got the hardened, we've got the reinforced, Signalum's on its way. We've got a few more of those guys going. Just gonna real quick check to make sure that nothing's gummed up anywhere, right? Nothing's gummed up anywhere. So what are you guys waiting on? Waiting for items. Item processing, Signalum. Inserting items, Signalum ingots. You should actually be working right now. Am I missing something? Eh, we'll give it a few minutes and see if it finishes. In the meantime, you're done. So that means 21 more of these dudes can go like boom, 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 and one more. Beautiful. And I guess you're not too slow. And then limestone can be compacted down into marble. Neat. All right, back in a sec when that's all done processing. And I figure out why this machine's not running. So apparently it's trying to craft the signalum with signalum ingots instead of blend. So I'm going to turn off the ore dictionary and see if that makes it better. Because that's weird that it would do that. Like when I crafted this, it was taking... There we go, now it's behaving. Nice. Okay. Much better. So now I should be able to get the conversion kit. Cool. Neat. In theory. There we go. Okay. So you're gonna go, I don't know why I went down and up, but that just will speed that machine up a little bit better. And if we wanted to, we could borrow these guys. And boom. Now we're really cooking. Aha. Beautiful. So now we're getting more marble. So that's one way when you're in a pinch to get more marble. And currently I am in a pinch. So that is what I wanted to do. So let's... about 16 of these. We need marble arches. And then 4 of them will go to engraved, and 4 will go to this. And hey, perfect timing. That was just enough chiseling. And we've got a few extra pieces of marble. Neat. I think. I don't know. We'll find out. But let's get our gateway up and running. So I'd like to have a gateway. What these things do is basically allow you to teleport from one location to another. That's specified in the world. So I'd like to have my base's gateway. I haven't entirely decided where I want my base's gateway to be. Like, it would be kind of cool to have it, like, I don't know. I think it's like maybe chop down this maple tree. Yay. Haven't entirely decided where I want this to be. Might need my meat creepers to help me out a little bit. Like maybe on top of this. So these are some shaded gardens, huh? These are basically all PAM related stuff. Cool. Marble. Let's get the 25 exactly that we need here. Perfect. Okay. Like maybe up here can be where my... Well, I kind of want it to be near my astral stuff. But I kind of just want it in general near my base. Perfect timing. That thing just finished. So, should I put it over here by my astral stuff? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe like right here. This looks like a nice enough spot. What I'm going to do is get some dirt then to help fill in that creeper hole. And maybe chop down this tree as well. Cool. And with that relatively filled in, I'm going to next put away this stuff I don't need. And let's build out the multi-block structure. So that is a 5x5 of marble soot, right? So I'm actually going to... start this here. Cool. We'll put our gateway in the center. I said center. And then around it will be the ones that I have 40 of, these ones. And then in the corners go these, with these on the top of those corners. Cool. So basically we want to go around here. And I'm going to be honest with you guys, like, I feel like making a nifty tool might help me out with this. Maybe for the next one that we build, because we're going to be building 2 of these. So remember, 20 of these, right? So that's 5 on each side is your 20. And then these in the corners and this on top. These in the corners, this on top. These and this. These and this. And we should now have our thing. Right? I think that's it. Should be good. Is that right? Looks right. Looks right to me. Well, maybe there needs to be another one here before I can actually use it, because it is a teleporter. It is going to let me teleport. Marble Arch from Astral Sorcery, right? Yep. Ruined marble and engraved marble. Looks right to me. Ruined marble and engraved marble. That should be good. All right, well, let's get the other side of the teleporter set up. So what I want to get there is I'm going to borrow my slime sling for a minute. Where is my slime sling? Oh, you know what? I left it in the chest. I don't know why I have a chest at the front of my house that has random items in it that I might occasionally need, but I do. Let's pop over to the marble area, the temple that's off in that general direction. So is my waypoint missing? Yeah, it is. I know it was generally that way. This is it. So let's just head off in that direction. I'll recreate the waypoint. Wink. I'll meet you guys over there. All right, we're here. Beautiful. So this thing is pretty much where this crystal lives, and that's where I've been doing some of my crafting. Now, technically speaking, we will get to a point where we don't need that crystal anymore, but we're not there yet. Also, hello cows. So since we're not there yet, I may want to teleport over to this location every now and then. So this is going to be one of my first teleport destinations in this mod that I'm going to play with. So in order to make this, we're going to want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, followed by... I'll do the thing that I want to do for my next block. Cool. And then 5 here, 5 there, 5 there with the engraves, and well, the runes down and then the engraves, and that should be good. And then we can make our celestial gateway. And that's cool. All right, that works. I can tell it's working because look, we've got particle effects. Nice. All right, so the Celestial Gateway works by when you step in it, you are given a nifty little look. Whoa, that is cool looking. And when you look around, you should see a destination. So that leads me to believe that I did something wrong back at my main base. Let's hop over to there and see what I may have done wrong. In the meantime, I can put away some of this stuff I don't need. So what did I do wrong with you? Because you, like, the other one lit up, like, immediately. And this one's just, like, a big fat nope of lighting up. Dude, what did I do wrong with you? Like, you are literally the exact same build. What's wrong with you, multi-block? Sooty marble. Marble arch. Engraved in runes. Am I completely derping, or is there, like, no difference between these two multi-blocks that I built? Back in a minute when I figure out what's what. Alright, just rebuilding it, because sometimes blocks can be funny, and we'll see if that wants to behave now. Oh, now we're behaving. Look, we've got it. So, I don't know if it was the fact that I relogged or not, but something else. So by standing in here, we'll see a gold star. That is one of the destinations that are available. Obviously, I've only made one, so we've only got one destination. And I think I hold right-click, and whoosh, I'm teleported over there. Nice. How cool is that, huh? And then over here, I can teleport back. Whoosh. And you can even see, like, while you're holding right-click, a little, like, rendering of, like, where you're teleporting, which is kind of cool. And then, yeah, I was holding and stopping right-click. That is neat, huh? So stand in the platform and right-click the gold star to teleport to it. Not sure that I'll ever get over the coolness of those particle effects right there. literally have to stop doing that because I'll just do it all day. So let's take a nap because it's nighttime. And I think the next thing we're going to want to do is probably look at making this part of things, attunement. So the attunement altar is definitely something we're going to want to check out. It is a big part of the mod, and we're going to need a large multi-block structure. So in total, we need like a large number of things. So like 350-ish marble, give or take. So one of the things I'm going to do is head over to that fancy temple and destroy it. It's a nice looking temple, don't get me wrong. I kind of feel a little bad about destroying it, but I haven't found any others. And I need the marble that's there. So, yeah, let's go. I'll take a quick look in this general area to see if there's another temple. And if there is, maybe I won't destroy this one. But I'm not too hopeful for that possibility. So we will come back in a sec once I've exhausted the possibility that there might be other temples out here that I could, like, thrash for their marble reserves. Not looking good, y'all. I looked far and wide and had, like, no luck. So I think I'm gonna thrash this thing. Actually, what I'm gonna do is grab my 2x2, 3x3, 5x5 miner guy and upgrade my drill. You know what else I want to get? This dude. Because remember I went mining last episode? Or between episodes? Yeah. So my drill could probably use some recharging. Alright, I'm going to chop down pretty much this whole temple. Except, obviously, the one thing that I need in there, which is the rock crystal that's kind of floating in the world. That thing stays. But the rest of the marble blocks, this is going to be a decent amount of marble for me. So, back in a minute. Seriously, guys, there's a lot of marble in this temple. Like, I've been dumping it into the bag for a while. I can't wait to get back to my base and see how much there is. Finally! Now, in theory, this thing doesn't really need the whole, temple to do the thing it does. So that should be fine. And we should be able to teleport home and drop off all these boots that we've got. Boot. Teleportation. For the win. So how are we doing on marble? Ha! We're better. We are way better. What I do want to do probably... we'll see. So we want one of these, right? So let's, like, start the process of getting what we want to get. So we're going to need, obviously, 1 attunement orbital. We'll get at that. 4 ruined and maybe our 80 marble arch. So we want... ruined is 4. And I want to, like, prepare all this, right? So I think 21 is what I need for more marble arches. So there's your 80 marble arch, okay? And your 4 ruined. 12 marble pillars. That's check. And then 4 chiseled marble. Cool. And that's check. Alright, so then I need 225 sooty marble, which is going to be by way of that stuff, right? So there's this, and this are all required, and then 225 sooty marble, which according to my calculator, 225 divided by 64 is a little more than 3.5 stacks, right? So what we're going to want to do here, 1, 2, 3.5. And I think it's 1 more, and then we're cool. Now, before we make this multi-block structure, I would like to make a new tool, something that will help us to make this multi-block structure. And for that, we're going to come up here and place 1, 2, 3 stardust. 2 stardust there, and then purple at the head. There we go. Now we're talking. Hold your horses, everybody. It's Red Wing. Woot! Resonating wand for the win. This nifty gadget will make building this giant structure that I need to make a little bit easier. And you'll see how in a minute. Hooray! We've got a formation wand. Let's pop home and take a nap. Because I don't want mobs around when I'm doing this. Baby zombie on a chicken. You know what? There's one more thing I'm going to want to make, just to make my life a little bit easier, and it's from Chisels and Bits. And that is the tape measure. This nifty gadget is going to be amazing for what we want to do in a minute here. So let me get back to chopping down all these trees, and I might even pop out the meat creeps to help me out a little bit with some flattening operations. My inventory full? Nice. That's how you know I've been busy. I can put away my slime sling and the dirt and the rubber tree saplings and that stuff for the time being. Cool. That's good enough to go away for now. Meat creeps.
I'm Mr. Meat Creeps. Look at me.
I need you to flatten an area. You know what? I'm gonna actually dismiss you because I want you to flatten pretty much starting at this level.
Ew, I'm Mr. Meat Creeps. Look at me. Yes, sir, me. Ooh, yes, sir, me.
So you guys start chopping. Come on. Break. What? Axe with the bees. Wow, they actually hurt a lot. Let me clear this out and I'll be right back. I guess I should have used the smoker. One more nifty thing to get. If you get some grass with your shears, and you bring it over here and drop it into a mana pool, hopefully with enough. Hooray! You get these pasture seeds, which are useful for making one little nifty crafting recipe. Come here, sir. The Horn of the Wild. This thing is super cool because it will automatically cut down any tall grass in an immediate area. Cool. Goodbye, tall grass. Nuisances. Totally recommend it if you're trying to flatten a nice area. Cool. Definitely going to need to deal with my grave situation here soon. So, like, all this stuff. Awesome. So with my Chisels and Bits tape measure, I'm going to put you into block mode. And let's just see, after I remove my waypoint here, and we're probably getting pretty close to wrapping up, it feels like. But this is how wide across. You can measure this. This is... Oh boy, didn't want to fall down there. So that's 19 by 16? Okay. So if I wanted to remove you, which I can't do because my inventory is full. Really, inventory. Goodness, that's a lot of stuff. So the tape measure is how you can, map out like a decent sized area. So if we wanted to do this, would this be 19 across? That is pretty darn close to 19 across, it looks like. 19 by 19. That could easily be my area, but you know what I'm going to do? So I'm going to bring it out like just a little bit further, so like 3 blocks. This is how I'm going to map it out. 19 by 19, right? That's what the book says. Totally. All right, let's see if I remember how this formation wand works. If I place that here, and I go stand, say... Wrong spot. Just fill in this water spot a little bit because you're in the way. And put away the junk because inventory. That should be cool. You can come out of there. That'll work. Do I have to shift right click this first? I may. Boom. Now, see in the top left, it indicates that I have 224 of those. The way this works is you look at a block, and you'll see some ghost blocks represented. You right-click, and it will build in a line to your player. So you know, if you're standing here, it'll build to there, and if you're standing, for example, here, it'll build to there. Boom. How cool is that? One caveat, you can't actually right-click on a block with it. It doesn't place well if you're right-clicking on a block, but otherwise it works pretty good. Notice on the bottom of my experience bar there, see that little energy field? That's your astral power that's being used to perform this magic. If you get low, well, things happen. I don't think that was supposed to be 16. Oh yeah, so that's supposed to be like way less. It's supposed to be like way less. Hold on, let me undo all that. Be right back. I got all excited about my formation wand, and I forgot to actually like look at what I was building, and just assumed I was building a 19 by 19 of soot, which was not accurate at all. So those all appear to be the ruined, or the arches, right? So basically what we're gonna have here is something like that. On the outer edge, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then underneath in the center is like a hollow block, so it can really technically be anything. So for anything, for now, I think I'll just put like dirt, right? Because it doesn't matter. Because on top of that is going to be some ruined. And then on top of that will be 1, 2 pillars, and then this guy. That actually might be 3 pillars, I'm gonna assume, because I've got 12 of these. Cool. So that's how we're gonna build this out, right? So with this, and then a ruined, 3, and this. And a ruined, 3, and a chiseled. And a ruined, 3, and chiseled. Cool. And then from there, we basically want... Do I feel like this is wrong? No, it looks okay. Right? Because it'll look like... So basically, from here to there, we want to use our formation wand, wherever it went, on that. And that comes to there like this. Does this look right? And then our formation wand here. Does that look cool? Am I doing this right? That looks pretty good, right? And I don't think I have any more of those blocks left. So I think I must have done it right. Cool. Alright. That looks good. Yeah. And then from here, we'll want to place down one of these dudes and basically say, you know, build to me. Boom. And if I built this right, we will have used up all of our sooty marble. I have. So I think I built it right. That looks cool. And then to clear it, just shift right click with your tape measure and it clears out the mapping thing. So that looks good, right? You? I want to put you on cobblestone or something. I hate how dirt breaks with the... Yeah, that looks pretty good, dudes. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to wrap up the episode here, and we'll come back next episode, and we will get infusion going on. In order to get infusion going on, we are going to need to craft this thing that goes in the very center of that block. So for it, we need some star metal, we need a spectral relay, we need some ruined marble, we need some aquamarines, and we need an attuned rock crystal or a rock crystal. So this is what we're going to do. So we're going to build this guy next episode, and then we'll play around with attunement. And hopefully, another thing I'd like to do is maybe explore a little bit and look for more temples. Maybe not like necessarily large. If I found a large temple, I'd be thrilled. But if I found a small one, that would work well too, because that should get me more of these constellation papers that we need. These ones. Because I'm going to want a few more of them to round out my constellation image. Alright, for now, Darryl20 signing off. Hope you guys enjoyed the episode. We'll come back next time with more Astral Sorcery. I know I promised right around episode 30 is when we'd start working on the new base. That is something that I still have planned to do. It might be 1 or 2 episodes away, but I think in the very early 30s is when I will do it. Anyway, take it easy. Hello everyone, this is Direwolf20, and welcome to episode 30 of Direwolf20's Let's Play series. Hard to believe that we have already reached episode 30. It's pretty amazing. But it's also cool. And it means we get to have some more fun playing with Astral Sorcery. That's the plan for today. So I'd like to get this infusion doohickey going on here. And for this to work, we're going to need a few of these things and some of this. Cool, there's your Astral Relay. And then the relay is going to go into making the actual block that we need. Cool. So we need 2 aquamarines and a rock crystal at the top. We need 2 star metal, spectral relay in the middle. And then these guys. So I did pretty much prepare everything off camera to craft this. Oh yeah. Really large amounts of starlight infusion required to make this block, as you can see by the extra particle effects going on here. So that's usually a good indication that it needs a lot of starlight to do this. So it's definitely good that we've got this altar up high. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had anything to get. And we've got the attunement altar. Hooray! Nice. Should probably light up that area down there. What do you think? Or we could do something else. I don't know. I've got rubber boots on, right? Cool. Slime boots. Meow. Sweet. I'm not sure how much we're gonna want this. Yeah, to be lit up. So let's grab our tape measure real quick. Ah! Creepers sneaking up on me. I might need to get a few more city marble, courtesy of that creeper. Stinking creepers. Coming out of nowhere. Trying to explode my stuff. 6 might be enough. Definitely working towards, making not so many mobs be around. Would be nice. I definitely need more, so let's just pop them. I do want it to be nighttime. I hesitate to put a lot of torches out there, but I probably just should and see what happens. And marble. There we go. That'll let me repair my sooty marble situation. I've got enough torches for now. If we could just make it so that mobs can't be nearby, that would be great. Nice. And come here, creepers. Okay. Let's try and get this lit in such a way that it's not going to take away from the coolness of this block and the way this thing works. Good deal? So it's still pretty good and dark here. So I'm going to say that this is probably the center of this area. It actually doesn't need my tape measure anymore. So if I drop this dude down, he gives off his own light. Ooh, we've got some fancy particle effects. That indicates to me that things are working. Nice. So what if we put these here? And pretty soon we'll be able to do a thing that will help us out. That should be pretty well lit. Alright, so fancy particle effects. Totally a thing. Nice. Now I can remember how to actually use this block, because I kind of forget, because I'm a derp. So let's put away some junk from our inventory for a minute and check the book to remember how this works. Let me read this for a sec. Alright, I remember how this works. We need more relays. So we're going to need... Wow, do we need a lot of those relays or what? We're probably going to need a handful of these things. So we're going to want a bunch of glass lenses. So let's get about 8 of them. that sound cool? And then we're going to basically want 32 of those, a bunch of gold nuggets, and some wood. Oh wow, we're doing great on wood, by the way. That's good to know. And then we'll probably also want marble. Cool. So I'm going to craft 8 spectral relays, and then we'll be back. I gotta say, I like how you can craft multiple of these at a time. And uh-oh, my spectral power is going down, which is a bad sign. It means it's getting to be day-ish time. Alright, so we've got spectral relays. So the way this works, and we might have to wait until... Here's skeleton. We might have to wait until daytime. Because we definitely need, obviously, you know, the night sky to help me out with this. But the attunement altar needs to be laid out in such a way that we're going to have we're going to have to put these spectral relays in the shape of a constellation. That's basically the way it works. So the constellation shapes we can get by opening the book, grabbing a constellation paper like Dissidia, and holding it in your hand. And also holding it in your offhand is totally, I think, a thing that you can do. Nice. And then wherever the purple spots show up is where we want to place these focal points, the spectral relays. Neat. Now, if we look at Dissidia, and I'm going to wait until the next evening to do this, you'll note that Dissidia has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 constellation points. I don't know if there's any that have more than 8, but Dissidia totally has 8, so that's kind of good. I guess what we could do is look at the constellations in here, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, so some of them do have a little bit more than 8. So we'll have to decide which of these constellations we want to focus. Now, there's a couple things that we can do now. I'm wondering if it's opened up in the book yet. Ritual effect. So if we want to create a ritual, what we can do is drop a rock crystal into this multi-block once the things are there, and it'll infuse that rock crystal that we can then use for a ritual effect. Nice. Cool. So that's cool. So that breaks blocks nearby. Avitus does what? We haven't discovered Avitus yet because we haven't found it in the telescope. Victio, we haven't found in the telescope, and Dissidia. Lashing out at all enemies nearby. So it damages nearby enemies? That's cool. Alright. And then I believe there's some kind of player infusion too that we can do, isn't there? Let's see. So once we've got that, so you can rock crystal attunement and do rituals after we've done this attunement, and then alignment perks. Cool. So basically what happens is you can align your character with one of the constellations that are available. And once you do that, you get some perks. And as you stay aligned with it and you do some of the things that the perks help augment, you'll get more and more perks. It's really a kind of a cool system. And if you ever decide that, but you can only be aligned to one constellation at a time. If you ever decide you want to break that alignment, you can make this guy a shifting star, which will, like, you know, break your alignment, and then you're okay. Cool? Nice. So, long story short, we can decide to align with one of the constellations. I wouldn't mind finding the other 2 constellations, and I also wouldn't mind doing a little bit of exploration. I'm gonna go grab my my slime sling and maybe start looking around real quick off camera and see if I can't find some stuff. Does that sound cool? Like maybe something that would be useful, like more of those papers. Does that sound like a plan? So I'll come back in a minute. I'll use the daytime to look for those. And I'm just going to look real quick on Journey Map to make sure that there aren't any that I haven't already, like, explored. But I don't think there are. See, I went all the way up there looking around. So I guess I could head towards that. I'm going to head off in this direction, and we'll see what we can come up with. You know what? I want to head towards the desert. It'll be easier to travel around the desert. Oh, did you see that creeper trying to sneak up on me at the last second? Alright, back in a minute. I don't think I've discovered this one yet. So, woot. Ooh, we found something else cool, by the way. What I'm going to do is install my 3x3 upgrade in this drill. Come on, don't tell me there's like no chests here. Okay, good, there's one. One constellation paper. Nice. Discovered Armara. Ooh, that sounds like a good one. Sounds like the word armor. Is there anything else in here worth grabbing? Why not? I see something. Something cool. And I'll grab... I mean, technically I don't really need this stuff, because I've got a lot of marble. And let's send it all home for a city in a pouch. Boom. What do we have over here? A little bit of lava? Ooh, compact machines. Liking it. I'll take it. I'm gonna collect these. We haven't talked much yet about compact machines, but it's on my radar for something that I absolutely want to play with soon-ish. Not super soon, but soon-ish. So having a few compact machines is nice. Alright, back in a minute as I explore for more of those astral sorcery temples, because I want to get a few more of the things. I even see my distance there. Hold on a sec. Ring. Nice, a chest with another constellation paper. Don't tell me I didn't get anything. There's nothing here? That's not true. I couldn't have found all of them. That really can't be true. I haven't found all the constellations yet. That's weird. Alright, found another one. This one didn't have a constellation paper in it. Lucky me! Alright, starting to get dark out, but I'm continuing to explore in search of constellation paper. There's nothing here. That makes no sense. It should... I haven't found all the constellations yet, to my knowledge. So why am I getting constellation paper that says there's nothing there? Let's go home. And I've explored far and wide. Both far and wide. As Journey Map will probably tell you. Actually, pretty good bit of exploration there. Strange. Alright, let me go figure out why I might not be getting any more constellations, because there's more than 5. Alright guys, figured it out. So apparently you need to attune yourself to one of the constellations before you can discover the other ones. So remember we said there's a bunch of constellations, right? There's 5 that are major constellations is what they're called. And then I think there's about 7 that are minor ones. So I'm going to start peering through my telescope. Oh, hey, look, there's a constellation. So what do we got going on here? Is that maybe Armara? So there's like 1, 2, 3 big ones and like 4 down here-ish. Is that right? So let's yeah, that's definitely it. So it's like across the top there, and let's see. So that I should be able to duplicate. So like we basically go across the top here. And then this guy goes down to this one. Actually, this doesn't entirely look right. This doesn't actually look right to me. I don't think this is it. I don't think that's Armara. Let's see if we can find Armara. This might not be it either. I'm going to try and get Armara first. And then we'll look at trying to get the other 2 mapped. So that's kind of close, but not really. Interesting. This could be it, but not really. I feel like this is the one that goes more like... And remember, they show up at different times of night. So that's another catch that you want to kind of know about. So let's see. Which of these haven't I discovered yet? Avitus, and Vicky I haven't discovered yet, right? So these guys might be. I think this is Avidus. If I map this down to here, and this to here, and this to here, yeah, this is definitely Avidus. This one connects to here. This goes down, and then here and here. That's pretty much Avidus. Did I mess something up there? Let's try it again. You, this guy to here, this over to here, and then up to this one down to here, and this one to here, and this one to here. Nice! Discover the constellation of Vetus. Called it. That's cool. This one might be Vicchio, because he doesn't seem like he maps to the other one. So this to here and here, this one to here and here, and then this one to here and here. Nice! We discovered Vicchio. Cool. I'd like to discover Armara too, if I can, but it might have to wait until another evening comes around, because it's only at certain times of night that you'll find Armara, and it's already starting to become daytime already. So let's wait for the next evening, and then we'll be back. I really like how the telescope like starts to get like this darker blue image with you can barely see some of the stars showing up as the sun sets. That's really a neat effect. So basically we're looking for one more constellation. That should be showing up pretty soon. And that would be Armara. Keeping my eyes out. So I'm thinking Armara is only going to show up during a certain moon phase. So we might have to wait for a different evening. But that's okay, because I've decided on which constellation I want to bind myself to. There's no way to check in-game what the constellation benefits are going to be. However, if you go ahead and flip through the book, which I will do without this in my hotbar. Oh, by the way, I wanted to make this for you guys. This nifty paper will allow me to share everything I've already learned about astral sorcery with anyone who downloads my world. So since this is episode 30 and it's a world download, I figured it was a good time to make this. So in theory, I should just have to right-click this thing and give it to you guys, and you guys should be able to, written scroll of expertise. Nice. So you guys should know everything I know about astral sorcery now, without having to progress through it yourself, if that's what you want. Or you could progress through it yourself, though that's fine too. So in Constellations, if you read some of the effects that it kind of gives you like hints as to what you're going to get. So Vicchio is the travel-based one, and it makes everything feel slower while you seem to be faster in a lot of the things you do. Evorcio is destruction, Avidus is creation, Dissidia is offense, and Armara is unknown, but spoiler alert, it sounds like armor, so guess what it probably is, especially considering the last one was offense. Probably defense. So, basically, decide which one you want to bind yourself to. Remember, you can always unbind yourself and reset your perk points and then bind to something else. But I decided I want to go Vicchio. It's a travel-based one, and that just sounds cool. So I would like to see what it's all about. So I'm going to go hang on to this thing. Pop down here. Boing. Also, in speaking with the mod author, he recommended that it's a bad idea to move stuff with frames. So you probably should follow Dyer's spider. Don't do what I did and move frames. He said moving most things blocks and frames is really a bad idea, but let's do that. So we will place these in all the purple squares, and if I did everything right, which I feel like I did, we should be cool. Right? I got you in all the purple squares, right? There should be about 7 of these for this constellation. Did I miss one or put something in the wrong spot? Because I feel like we should be cool here. Vicchio, please. Oh, you know what? It might need lenses. Hold on. Let's see. Take you out. Do you need to actually have... that. Should be good. So I think what we got to do now, because it looks like it's aligned properly, is wait for it to appear in the sky. We might need a different moon phase for this as well. Let's see, can I see it in my telescope? That's a curious question. I cannot. So we have to wait for the right evening, right? The right moon phase, and then we'll be good. Okay, so we'll come back in a minute at the next night time. I'm gonna sleep through this night and then get it to be the next night, and hopefully that'll have Vikio in the night sky. So guys, two things. Now that we've got a better moon phase, well, not a better one, but a different one, we can see Armara in the night sky, which is exciting, which means we can now draw out our Armara constellation, which should be cool. So here, here, and here. Boom! Discovered Armara. Nice. Now, is Vikio in the night sky at the moment? That is the question. I'm not seeing it, so that's kind of a bummer. So we're gonna have to wait another night. Back in a few. Hey guys, look what's in the night sky. Nice. That's what I wanted. All right, and if we jump down here to our altar, we should see that this altar is now powered up because the constellation that we were looking for is available in the night sky. So I did place everything correctly. We just needed to wait a couple days for that constellation to appear in the night sky for us. Cool. So at this point, I should be able to do a couple things. One, I should be able to infuse myself with the power of this and get a bunch of perks. And two, I should be able to also now infuse rock crystals and use them in rituals, which should be really cool. So let's go ahead and infuse ourselves by just standing in the center of this guy. What's up? We're infusing ourselves with a constellation starlight power. Nice. So, long story short is by standing in this thing, it should infuse us with a bunch of awesome powers, and that's cool. And this one's the travel-based one, so I think in theory, it should allow me to move around a little bit faster and also have a couple other nifty perks. So let's see. It's going... It's infusing me with all these cool powers. Oh yeah. And remember, this excludes me from being able to use any of the other abilities, but all I have to do is craft an item, and that will allow me... Oh, hello. There we go. Nice. Beautiful. That'll, I can get an item and it'll reset my perks. So here we go. We got a new perks tab. Beautiful. Cool. Look at this. So I start off down here. Grants increased movement speed. Unlocked with alignment 0. Currently available. So by clicking on that, I should have gotten a slightly increased movement speed. Well, that's cool. Nice. That's nifty. And then increase swim speed, reduce overall need for food. Stepping up single block seems easier. I kind of already have that. Places light sources close to you in caves. That's kind of cool. And protects against lava for a short period of time. Well, maybe I don't know what if I want that one. Maybe I'm not sure if I want that one. I think I'm gonna have to get a bucket if I want to change this up. Hello, creepers. Oh, I didn't have the witch morph yet. Well, I do now. I've got the blizz one too. Now where's my... It's up here, isn't it? Yeah, it is. You, boink, should start getting that stuff again, in theory. Hopefully. I'm gonna let that fill up, because if I want to make the shifting star, I've suddenly decided I'm not sure if I want... He broke already? Wow. Good luck. I'm suddenly thinking I might not necessarily want the one that I have here. And it won't be hard to make a shifting star. I just need a bucket of liquid starlight. So I might need a few more aquamarines if I'm going to be doing that. Rock crystals, I've heard, can also pick up starlight a little bit better, but I think I'm out of rock crystals. But what I could do is hold my resonating wand in my hand. Oh, hello. So you're telling me that if I drill right around here, I should find a rock crystal? Let's go all the way to bedrock. Remember, never dig straight down in Minecraft. Unless you have a item that can teleport you back to your base if you happen to catch on fire. So there should be rock crystals down here. In theory, there should be rock crystals. Remember, they're always right at bedrock. So straight down we go. We'll bump up. Ooh, I got some already. Nice. Sweet. Oh yeah, there's some rock crystal ore. Cool. Alright, let's put away some of these mob drops that we've collected here. Oh, that's beautiful. Fortune totally works on that. Cool. Alright, that must be pretty much all of it. Let's teleport. Or you know what? I'm going to make sure that all these rock crystals go into my sorting system. Only because I wanted to make sure that I had them all. Poof. And then just get some dirt to fill in that hole. Everybody, I'm sure, is commenting on the fact that I don't have torches outside my base. I don't like the torch on the ground look. I've never liked the torch on the ground look. I think it just looks silly to have a bunch of torches all over the ground. And granted, I understand that it means that, you know... let's see, rock crystal? Let me just grab one of these. I've heard that you can put rock crystals on these things to collect liquid starlight, but I'm not 100% sure. But we'll find out, won't we? So I'm assuming by now you've probably... Oh, you haven't broken. Oh, and you're filling up pretty good, actually. Can I get a bucket of starlight yet? Kind of forget whether this holds 1 or 2 buckets. Ah, nice. Looks like 2-ish. Alright, so if I want this, I want to make sure to do this quickly. I'm going to need to go inside to get all the resources. So we're going to want 2 stardust. The bucket, 4 runed, 2 illumination, and 4 aquamarine. So let's get some marble. We'll set that to runed. And then the 2 stardust, and we should be good to go. And what I might do is align myself to Armara, which is the defensive one. We'll see. So you go in here. Oh, it's already getting light out. 2 illumination, 2 stardust. I might have to wait for the next night to come along. Marble on the inside. It's really quickly dropping. Oh, we just barely missed it. Arrgh. All right, we'll be back in a few minutes. All right, now we've got enough starlight power. Whoosh. Nice. So this should allow me to remove the perk. I want to just try another one maybe, because this perk is cool. You might notice, by the way, that when you're in the perks tab, you'll see like the level up thing. Oh, cool. So just from walking around, I've leveled up because it grants increased movement speed. So I didn't notice that much of a movement speed increase, so I decided, it's not as good as I had hoped. So let's shift right click this, and I should get some particle effects. Boom, my power fades. I've now lost the perk. It's gone. So should we do the Armara one? Is Armara in the sky at the moment? It is. That's cool. And how many constellation dots are on Armara? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's do Armara then. And that'll be like more defensive, and that'll help me to hopefully survive longer. We'll see. One of the things is there's no real good way to figure out like what kind of perks you get until you attune yourself. But luckily, like, attuning yourself and unattuning yourself really ain't that hard. So let's put this in our offhand. Boom. And then we can do you. And if you guys decide you want to go with a different perk, all the more power to you. Hey, there we go. Beautiful. So notice that the shape that you're placing these things in kind of matches the shape of the constellation almost exactly. It's really a neat kind of mechanic, an idea there, right? Like the shape of the patterns on the ground, it all matches the constellation. It's really pretty spiffy, and it looks nice. How cool is that? Beautiful. I've got one extra one there. It's not going to hurt anything, apparently. Man, that is cool stuff. So this perk will apparently help me with defense. So less damage, I presume. So let's pop inside. We can put this away. Back in the book. I didn't mean to shift on top of my elevator. And by the way, I should be able to right-click this again to continuously upgrade my stuff. So now my perks are such that reduces overall damage taken. Nice. And then from there we can get dodge incoming damage, can save you from death in dire situations. I like that, only because it has the word dire in it. Wearing less than 2 pieces of armor. It seems like if I'm not wearing armor, it gives me some bonus there. And then less damage from falling, which is probably good. And elemental damage. This one looks like a pretty cool one to go with. And I assume that every time I take some degree of damage... See, I got hit, and that's leveling me up. So pretty much every time I take damage with this perk, I will wind up increasing its perk point levels. And eventually get to the point where I can, get another perk point. Nice. So the ability to survive death sounds pretty useful. I'm totally going to take advantage of that. So I think, yeah, Armara is definitely the one I want to stick with. Alright guys, so as this is episode 30, you should probably have guessed that it is world download time, which is exciting. So you guys get a world download here. I'm going to go ahead and drop all my stuff into this chest. I might need another chest to put all my armor and this stuff in. Alright, so double chest of loot's here for you. Lots of goodies. For now, Darwell20 signing off. Hope you guys have enjoyed the series thus far. It is world download time. Again, if you want to automatically catch up with my astral progress, you can just click this scroll. Or what I recommend is progressing through the mod yourself, because it's a fun mod. But up to you. And we'll come back next episode. And I think for now, I might want to do a little bit more with astral sorcery. Maybe even upgrading the altar. And when I upgrade the altar, I might want to stop it from being on frames. We'll see. But for now, we also want to probably come back and start working on that new base idea concept that I had. Hopefully, you guys will like it. But for now, take it easy. Hello everyone, this is Direwolf20, and welcome to episode 31 of Direwolf20's Let's Play series. Today, I'm crafting a thing. A pretty nifty thing. A pretty fun thing. I hope it'll be good. I don't know, we'll see. Hey, I've got myself another Celestial Gateway. Hooray. The reason I made myself another Celestial Gateway is because I promised you guys we would go to a fancier base. And that's what we're going to work on today. We're going to start the foundation of a base that hopefully you guys will like the design of. I think it looks cool. I tested it in my creative test world and planned and mapped out exactly how I want it all to look. And I think it looks pretty nifty. And I've kind of like a concept of how the base will function and behave. But until we actually start living there and doing stuff in it, I have no idea how it's going to work out. So we're going to hope that it comes out pretty cool. That said, let's get started. So the first thing I want to do is make a gateway because I want to build it somewhere far away from me. I want to have a gateway so I can travel back and forth easily from my old base to my new base so that as we start moving our resources and whatnot, it'll be easy for me to do that. So again, another base moving episode, but hey, you guys asked for it. This is something everybody in the comments has been talking about. Dire, make a fancier base than on my 9s. So I'm going to do my best. No promises, because this is still Direwolf20. This is not a fancy builder. But hopefully what I've come up with will be at least somewhat cool. So we've got the Celestial Gateway real quick. As a reminder, Celestial Gateway requires... that we go ahead and set up. So we're going to need 20 marble arch, 4 runed, and 4 engraved. In addition to the 25 of these, right? So 4 runed and 4 engraved. 4 runed. Hey. 4 engraved. And 20 marble arch. So that should be cool. So that should be everything I need to make a gateway on the other side. And then the gateway to get back will be the one that's outside my base, and I can always just teleport back as needed. So let's slime boot my way over there. In this general direction, I think we've already mentioned that we will be building in the desert biome, so that should be cool, right? Building and living in the desert. Hey, we've got a gateway up and running. Woot! And I should be able to... What is it? Just right click this thing, right? This should be working. Hey, there we go. Nice! We have a way to get back and forth to my base now. Now, clearly I could have just, you know, teleported to my base with this guy, but the benefit here, obviously, is that I can get back to the new base location with that guy. So, new base location, totally in a desert. You can also see, by the way, that I've boosted my storage up to 3072 of each type of material here. Hintity hint hint. Probably going to be using some of those materials to build with. So that's also cool. So we've got that up and running. I'm going to need a scoop because I want to clear out a little bit of terrain there. And I'm going to flatten out some area. So one of the things I'll probably want to start working on is this builder from Marvel Tools, which will totally help me to build some cool stuff. Specifically, I'm going to use it to build the new base. So for this, we're going to need about 16. Now, I don't think I've got bricks caught into the redstone furnace, but if I just throw them in there, it should be fine. So that'll start cooking. In fact, I've already decided that you're too slow for me, and I want you to cook over here, where I have a speed upgrade. Or at least a little bit faster. So that'll be the builder, and while we're at it, I'm probably going to want a shape card as well, which is going to need 2 more pieces of clay, so might as well just get that cooking. Cool. And we're going to use the builder in conjunction with some power and some blocks and a couple other things to hopefully be able to make a really neat looking base. We'll see. There's also, by the way, new features to the shape card, so those of you who've used our tools in the past, there's some new mechanics that I fully do not understand, but let's see if we can figure them out. If you've used them in the past, you should have no problem getting it working. It's just there's new features that I don't fully get. So did I teach you paper? I didn't. That's okay. So I should have some sugarcane. Cool. And then I can get a shape card. And that's good stuff. Nice. And in my test world, I went so far as to test and decide which shape I want to go with. You know what else I'm going to want while I'm here? Let's get wireless RF transmitter, because I'm going to need to power this little device that we're going to be putting over there. So I should be able to right-click this dude and whoosh, right over to this location. Nice. And here's pretty much where I've decided to map out where I want to live. Come here, modest beehive. Yoinks. And you can be sorted. So also I found... Is there stuff? Okay. So that is bitumen. And it looked like there's some kind of liquid here. So oil sand, huh? I don't know what to do with that. So you can progress it into bitumen in the pulverizer and you get tar sometimes. And magma crucible it into crude oil. So that's cool. So I can get crude oil out of this stuff if I silk touch it. I can get it from void ore miners? Well, that's cool. Now what do I do with this? And what? Magma crucible, crude oil. Okay. So it looks like it's kind of like redstone. And then you get like a varying kind of it. And I should get some sand as well to flatten this terrain a little bit while I'm here. That might not be a terrible idea either. So let's jump back here, we can... And hopefully I have the range on this guy. Let me get a few stacks of sand, and I can probably put away my bitumen for now. I'm going to keep the tape measure on me, because I'm going to want that. And there's probably a few things I don't necessarily need. Scroll of expertise, I'm going to put away for now. I'll hang on to my drills. I probably don't need an axe for chopping anything down for the time being. Good. And then whoosh. Like I said, will never get over these particle effects that happen when this happens. That is just the coolest thing in the world to me. Cool. Now, out of curiosity, here's a thing that I don't know the answer to. Formation wand. Will you, by chance, overwrite... Oh, you do, and that is amazing. You overwrite liquids. I love everything about you. Oh, that is a neat effect. Look. Because it's like a quicksandy type stuff, even solid blocks fall slowly. That is cool. Because it's quicksand, guys. It's because it's quicksand. But that's alright, because it'll fall, it'll overwrite the source block on the bottom like it's doing right now, and then we can plant another set of it. Sweet. That is cool. Did you guys see that action right there? Nice. Now will you overwrite... Oh, dude, that's beautiful. I love this formation wand. It is my new favorite toy. Sorry everyone else. This is my new favorite. Okay, cool. And then as needed, I can, you know what I can do? He creeps.
Oh, and
Shift right click is my flat 13 by 13 area. Nice. You guys take care of that progress. I'm just kind of flattening out
yes, sirree.
a little bit of terrain here.
Yes, sirree.
You guys are the best, me creeps. I have too much fun with this game sometimes. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, I wanted my tape measure to stay. Thank you, but my scoop can go away.
Oh, can do. Oh, can do.
So let's put you back here. Look how amazing that is for flattening terrain out. Love it. Okay. Beautiful. All right, let's get the builder down and check out what we're gonna make. So we're in the desert. We're gonna use a bunch of sand. Any guesses on what I'm actually going to create for a base? Last chance before you find out. Neat. So that is a thing that you're not gonna... It's alright. Just flattening a little bit more. So the final verdict is we're going to build a pyramid. I'm going to build a pyramid, and the concept of my design here is such that, like, it's a pyramid build. There's some kind of dude over here, by the way. What is up with this? Whatever's here. Like, apparently there's something under. Like, I see an entity on the map. Am I crazy here? Oh, it's a witch. Okay, hold on. Whoa, boy. Ah! Nice. I forgot my armor was getting a little bit broken. I was like, I thought that was like a villager of some kind. Alright, let me get my stuff back, and then we'll talk about the pyramid we're going to build. Alright, so let's check this thing out. So here's the design that I've come up with. We're going to place down our builder, and the first thing I'm going to let it do is start getting power. Boom. And juicing it. Juicing it. Juicing it. Why you not juicing it? I might need to re-chunk load. Every now and then it seems like my chunk loading breaks, and a couple people have reported this. It's being worked on, and hopefully the next version of the pack, it will behave a little better. But it might be a chunk loading thing. So, like if you check here, you'll see that it's claimed, but they're not chunk loaded anymore. I totally chunk loaded you before. So, take a quick nap, and then we'll go back out there. Whoosh. Love it. Okay, so this should be getting juice now, in theory, because I don't think there's a range limit on these things, right? Yeah, now you're getting power. Cool. So for the shape card, you'll notice that this thing's a little bit different. It actually renders over here what the shape's going to look like, and that's pretty cool. That's really cool, actually. And the shape that I want to go with is going to basically be a pyramid, like I said. And for that, it's called prism in here. And we want it to be a hollow prism, because we don't want a full, like, filled pyramid. We want it to be hollow on the inside, right? And then the sizing here is going to be important to us. So, let's see. We're probably going to want to go with... Here's the size that I came up with, and you'll see once I've done it why I came up with this size. A 37 by 37 by 37 block tall pyramid. That sounds pretty cool. We'll right-click to insert this, and I'm going to stick this at the southwest corner so that basically the builder is in the southwest corner of the actual pyramid that's being built. Cool. And by doing that, when we do support preview mode, we will see a visual representation of what our pyramid's going to look like once it's fully built. How cool does that look? Now let me show you why I decided to go with 37 by 37, because I did a little bit of time deciding on how I want this sizing to be. Let's take out our tape measure. Let's make sure we're in block mode. So 1, 2, 3 from this corner is where like the best usable block space starts to become, because you're not really going to build much like in the deep corners here, right? And if we did, oops, I didn't want to shift right click that. I want to just right click it. So like unpreview, repreview to rebuild. Cool. So let's try that again. 1, 2, 3. Here we're going to have a piece of cobblestone. And that's going to represent like the first part of what we can build. So if we did 9 and then a space, I shift clicked again, killing me. Let's try that one more time. And if I can't avoid derping it, I will do it off camera and then show you guys in a second. That one didn't count. So shift click will like clear out the whole like chunk of thing. It's pretty cool. So what you may have noticed is that we have a 9 space 9 space 9 and then 1, 2, 3 from the corner. So 1, 2, 3 from the corner, 9 space 9 space 9, 1, 2, 3 from the corner. 9 space 9 space 9, 1, 2, 3 from the corner. So this is a pyramid of 9 by 9s. I'm waiting for the collective sigh from the audience that I can't hear. But yeah, that's what I've come up with. So it's going to be a cool pyramid-based design. A couple ideas. Thinking I might want to drop it down 1 Y level. If I do that, I think that would be cool. So let's turn off preview mode. Take this guy out. So your Y offset is 18. If I change this to 17, will that just drop it down 1 level? So in theory, preview mode this guy. See, I think that's going to look cooler. Yeah, that looks cool, right? And then I'll probably not even have it fill the floor because I want the floor to actually be a different material. So that's actually fine that the floor is there. So let's clear that out and just validate that like the shape properly moved. Because shape cards and me and my brain, like we don't get along. I always get a little confused about how shape cards actually adjust the rotation. So there should be a 9, a space, a 9, a space, and then a 9, and then you're 1, 2, 3. Perfect. It's exactly what I expected it to do. So that's cool, right? 1, 2, 3 from the corner, and that's the start of the 9. It's a little bit hard to see because it's white, but if we wanted to, we could make it like blue, and then we could 1, 2, 3 from the corner. So that's a little bit easier to see. How about red or black, right? So that's all cool. Blue seems pretty good. So that works, right? So I like that. I like that you can have multiple colors and stuff too. So that should be perfect. Okay, so that'll be the design of our base. It'll be a pyramid. Now, it's also going to be multiple stories. And by multiple stories, I mean I want to not just have like this big pyramid with this flat floor. I want to have a second floor here with a little bit of space up top where we're going to have a few other things going on. So we're going to have some stuff on the base floor here, and then we're going to have a floor above us that's obviously going to be a smaller room that's going to have a few other things going on, and then maybe something cool on top of the pyramid eventually. And then underground, underneath the pyramid, we might build some things as well. I'm thinking potentially stuff like reactors and some other things. So like we'll have a basement where a lot of stuff that we won't have to mess with too often will exist. And then we'll have a main floor where there will be stuff that we will probably frequently interact with, like machines and refined storage system and all that stuff. And then we'll have an upper floor which might have some other cool nifty automations, right? So plenty of room for building lots of good stuff, right? And some of the automations might occur on this main floor. So like the actually additions crafting mechanisms, they will all exist in probably one of these 9x9 squares, right? So we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 9x9 squares. Is that right? Am I right counting that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So technically 9 if you count the center square. So 8 9x9 squares inside the pyramid, and those will probably break up the different things. So we might have like a mob spawner as one of those squares. We might have the actual additions thing as one of those squares. So that's cool. So let's maybe pop home and sleep through the night and bring back a bunch of sandstone, and we're going to start building this. So let's bring a strongbox full of sandstone. Does that sound cool? So I'm going to get an upgrade kit. Right here is what's being crafted. So it's working on things. Meanwhile, I'm going to take a nap and get a bunch of sandstone out of our drawers, and we'll build the pyramid. And the goal is to have the pyramid built probably by the end of this episode. And then we will probably do a few other things beyond. So that should be cool. That should be cool. You probably collected some sandstone from that. That's fine. Nice. That might be enough. And did I get my upgrade kit done yet? It's working on the hardened glass, and then it'll make the reinforced upgrade kit. Come on, buddy. Let's go. Totally going to want to make this as efficient as possible, by the way. So we will probably live in both bases for a short period of time, because I don't want to just tear everything down here. I'm probably going to need to build a bunch of stuff to go over there. And how we're going to do that is something you'll find out probably the next episode would be my guess. Hey, look at that. Nice. More storage space. Nice. All right, so we should be able to bring this with us. We might... Let's grab just a few more. That's pretty much all of the sandstone that I have. But if we need more, I've got 3,072 sand that can turn into sandstone. But I feel like that'll probably be enough. And away we go. Whoosh. So this will teleport me over to here, and then I will come out, and there will be my pyramid, right? And that'll be my new main base with a whole bunch of cool, fancy stuff planned. So in theory, I should be able to just stick this strongbox on top here, and click this to ignored. And click this button. Press to restart. Hey, it's building. Look, it's building. It's building my pyramid. Look, it's building it. Yay. Go, builder, go. Go, builder, go. It was enough. Hooray! Now, the entrance to this pyramid might be like in the center-ish area here. I haven't figured out how I want to do a door just yet. It's on my to-do list. Now, what's this pyramid look like to you? Because to me, it looks like a ginormous mob spawner. That's what it looks like to me. Which is not kind of like an ideal situation, right? Definitely not what we want to have. But hey, good news. Are you... Hey, you actually didn't use all that much. Well, I mean, you used a lot, but not that much. And this should auto-sort into the appropriate locations, aka those drawers. Neat. So you're done, and you're done. Nice. I'm actually just going to leave the block here to represent where the builder was, just in case we need to remember exactly where that builder existed. Oh, yeah, see? Mob spawners. Bad times. So let's get some lighting going on in there. So I've got an idea for lighting that I think will be cool. We're definitely going to want some glowstone. That's no question, right? And we might need more glowstone than we currently have. But that'll be a good start. The next thing I'm going to want, though, is glass. What I want is thickened glass from Extra Utilities 2 plus glowstone dust equals glowing glass. Neat. So to get more thickened glass, we're going to want some sandy glass, which shouldn't be a problem because we've got glass and sand for days. And then I can smelt this dude up into my redstone furnace and maybe even speed him up a little bit courtesy of augmentations to really get the power flowing. By the way, how's everybody doing down here? Just great. Peachy. Loving it. So I should now... I want to get, like, roughly a stack of this stuff if I can. Oh, by the way, what else I wanted was exchangers. I might want to upgrade my exchanger just to the next tier. What would be involved in that, out of curiosity? So I need a flux capacitor hardened, which shouldn't be too bad. Cool. So for you, I need the leadstone. So I need 2 reception coils and more Invar and one of these dudes. Wow, okay, cool. I already had a bucket of that. Neat. All right, so that needs copper gears. So 4 copper gears. So then we just need the 2 reception coils. And that'll get me a better hardened doohickey. Nice. Cool. So that's tier 2. He can expand in a slightly larger area. Beautiful. I like it. So I don't know exactly how much of this glass I'm going to need. Because I didn't count, because I was doing it in like a cheat your own items way mode in my test world. But we're going to get a bit more of this, and hopefully that's cool. And let's make this... So, it's a very dark room. Also, kind of dreary, because you can't see the outside world all that much. So glowing glass, I'm going to place in a very specific location, inside the pyramid, such that it's both lighting up the area, and it's going to make it look a little bit nicer. So, wow, that is a lot of bad guys in there. Holy cow. Bad guys, please. Come here, Enderman. That's right. I'm looking at you, buddy. Can't believe I just made like a giant mob. To be fair, I also tested building this in a world that had like, you know, passive. That's, my test world's like always like passive and cool. Let's get this creeper first. Ow. Alright, that's a little bit better. So what if we tried out, what I'm gonna do is, I think the way I had this originally, I tested this and it looked pretty good to me, but you guys know how things look good to me, and then people are like, Dyer, please, that's not really that good looking. So what if we did this? And then, so pretty much in the center of each of these 5x5s is where I want to have this, right? So here's the center. Does that look kind of cool? So this is the center, so it'll be here and here. So would that look cool? Potentially also there. And we'll kind of see how this works out for us. I'm trying. I know I'm not genius when it comes to making things look nice, but I'm making an attempt. So that's not terrible, right? And then at least we have somewhat of a lighting situation going on here. Oh, by the way, I've found that when you have light level overlay and exchangers, weird things occur. So just as an FYI. It's just a visual issue, so it's not like, you know, crash your game style weird things, but it definitely looks very funky if you try to do that. Right? So if we exchangered this. And the cool thing about this is glowing glass, so not only is it letting sunlight in, but it's also keeping it bright at night. So even when it's nighttime, you're getting some good stuff. So I'll probably want like roughly another stack, but like that's making progress towards things looking a little bit better, right? And then let's get, just to like get some progress here. I will need more glowing glass for sure. By the way, it looks like you can only have a limit of about 5 of these overlays in at a time, which is no big deal. So there we go. And if we just... Oh, that's right, I don't have flight in this world either. If we just opened up the ceiling for a sec, like that's pretty close to well lit. It's not great. There's more that I want to do. I want to put glowstone in the floors as well, but we're not there yet. I also want to swap out the floor of this base with not just sand, but like sandstone of a different chiseled texture. So let's do from here, 1, 2, 3. This is like the darkest and scariest part of it, right? I just want to try and get as much lighting in here as possible before I leave and come back, because the more lighting I have in here, the less of a mob farm this will be when I return. So that looks pretty good. Error out of block. Fail. Okay, so I mean, like, not terrible. If I were to just put, like... Just to have lighting for the time being. Like, I'm haphazardly placing these. This will be better in a minute. Well, maybe not a minute, but soon. And the cool thing about that is I can totally... exchange of that. Oh, yeah. So as long as light level overlay is not on, you don't get that weird... Is that like... I hope I'm not like showing an X-ray exploit. It might be. Not a big deal. Okay, back to the base, and we shall return. There's my charge border. All right, guys, so that's a pretty good wrapping up point for this episode. We've got the basic foundation of what our new base is going to look like. Next episode, we'll come back. We'll give it a proper floor. We will give it some proper lighting, and we'll probably build the second level of the pyramid, which will also have a proper floor and some proper lighting. Cool. And then we will probably, maybe even by the end of next episode, we can hook up so that we can have access to both bases at once in terms of stuff and things. And what do I mean by that? You'll find out. Probably, if you've played with Refined Storage before, you have a pretty good idea, hintity hint hint, of what I'll be building next episode. Spoiler alert, but we'll see. But for now, Darryl20 signing off. Hope you guys enjoyed the episode. Let me know, feedback and comments, please. Do you like the pyramid idea? I have more planned. It's not all going to be within the pyramid. Obviously, Astral Sorcery needs to be outside. And I was thinking Botania could be outside too. And maybe even 1 or 2 other things might have like little mini pyramids popping up around the main one. Would that be coolish? We'll see. All right, guys, take it easy. Hello, everyone. This is Direwolf20, and welcome to episode 32 of Direwolf20's Let's Play series. I have seen a lot of comments the last few days recommending that I make the Ring of the Squid. Cool. Jet propulsion at your fingertips. Uses 16 GP. I'm going to be honest. I have no idea what this does. I'm not even going to lie a little bit about it. The only ring I know from Extra Utilities is the Angel Ring, which we'll probably get to, but I've never actually checked out the Ring of the Squid. So in order to get this, we're going to need a golden lasso. So here's the trick about the golden lasso. It totally requires that you craft it in a regular old crafting table, not in a refined storage table. So when we craft that, it's going to use up, bing, 8 experience. Hoot. I really need to get to storing my experience, and I think Is there a machine from Thermal that does that now? There might be. Nullifier, Thermal, Mediator? No, that's one that speeds up blocks nearby. Aquatic Entangler, huh? That sounds cool. Stores and transfers items. Transmutes items among equivalent forms. That sounds neat. Collects experience in an area. Spreads potion effects in an area. That's kind of cool. I wonder if the one that can, you know, collect experience in an area. Out of curiosity. So you need a Tome of Knowledge. Stores experience within its pages. Used to store knowledge in the tome while sneaking to retrieve stored knowledge. Cool. So that stores experience. So that sounds neat. And then... So we're going to need device frame, servo, and 10 gears. Times 2. Oh, wait, we need a device frame, not a machine frame. Hold on. I'm going to hold on to you for a sec. Device frame. I need to teach you how to make these. So, a couple things I'm working on today, clearly. I want to get the base up and running. Oh, am I out of patterns in here? I want to get the new base up and running, like we mentioned. I would like to probably sync up between the two bases so that we can access both locations for a period of time while I do the move over and stuff. Device frame now? Nice. Did I ever teach you servos? No, but that's alright, because they're usually easy enough to make. Cool. Insightful condenser. So what do you do? Alright. That's cool. Doesn't look like I can actually store it in this block, though. Looks like this might be useful to throw... Remember how... Yeah, I wonder if it needs line of sight. That's a really good question. I also don't know what the range is. But we're going to see. I'm going to turn on the lights in here. Or turn off the lights, I guess. So you've got a full internal buffer, right? Remember experience orbs were dropping? So did you get anything yet? Not yet. So go ahead, mobs. It's dark in there. Do your thing. The grinder might be picking them up still. Is this thing full? It's pretty full. Remember experience orbs we're collecting in here? Maybe an update caused it to void them or something, because this thing's definitely not picking them up. Oh, what do you give off light? You're kidding me. Not that that's the end of the world, because it's not enough to actually, like, you know, light up an area, but... Come on, Dark Room, let's go. We took the mobs already. We'll leave it in there for a little bit. We'll see if it collects anything. How's that sound? Cool. I might want to get that tome, though, but it looks like the tome can only hold a certain amount of experience. Like 10,000. I don't know how much that is, but it doesn't sound like a whole lot. I don't know. We'll figure something out. I'll probably have to do a little bit of off-camera playing around to figure it out. So we were working on something else. Right, the squid. That's right. The Ring of the Squid. Haha, I had a reason for all this. Chicken is the first thing I'm going to need because I'm going to need a golden lasso with a chicken inside to get a chicken wing ring. Really, Tema? Really, Tema? If you say so. So let's go out into the world and find ourselves a chicken. I see some. I see two. Nice. Lots of people recommending the Ring of the Squid. Like, a lot of people recommending it. So we'll see. We'll see what the Ring of the Squid is all about. It sounds cool. It sounds neat. And obviously the Angel Ring is like a top tier version of this thing. So that gets me a chicken wing ring. Nice. Cool. And then I can take my golden lasso and get a squid. And that will allow me to get the squid ring, in theory. Let's see what happens. Dun 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 dun. Alright, jet propulsion at your fingertips. Well, that's kind of neat. Oh, it works like a jetpack. Okay, so while holding space... Interesting. So what's that red bar all about? Like, the last two are kind of a different color. So that's actually kind of cool. I like that. It works like a jetpack. It's not creative mode flight. It's like, you know, literally like a jetpack. Nifty. Now, I don't suppose I can bobble that up, can I? Nope. That's okay. So, hey, last episode, we built a pretty nifty base, didn't we? Today, I'd like to spend a little time lighting the place up. I'm probably going to do get more glowstone, because we're a little bit lowish on that. But I'd also like to build the floor, and I'd like to get my exchanger, which I've got here, to go ahead and help me with some floor building as well. So let's get more sandstone. And I'm going to put away... Well, you know what? I'm going to bring the sandstone over in this. How's that sound? Just because I've got enough junk in my inventory that I'm going to, like, really actually want to keep it. So let's do that. And I also want to have my chisel handy, because there's a specific type of sandstone that I want to bring with me over there to swap out the floor. Does that sound neat? Oh, yeah, that's pretty cool. I could get down with that. Now, if we want to get the next tier, I believe, which is the Angel Ring, we need to capture a Ghast and a Cursed Lasso and a Bat and a Golden Lasso. So that shouldn't be too bad. And that thing requires a lot more extra utilities power, but it shouldn't be a problem. So here's my new base for anybody who missed it. Woot. Now, we did kind of haphazardly just throw this stuff all around. You know, that's on me, being a little bit haphazardish. But we'll kind of make this place look a little bit nicer now. So, let's get ourselves some sandstone. The ones that I kind of like, not circular, not tiles. I think it's this one is the one that I like. Let's see if I'm right about that. Yeah, that's the one I like. Nice. All right. So, what is it? Not road. Celtic. Yeah, that's sand. Not sandstone. Lots of Celtic. And let's go swap out the floor. Back in a sec once the floor is all fixed. I do love this thing so much. It is so much fun to use. Nice. Error out of block. I can probably just make more sandstone. And that'll work for now. Alright, the next thing I'm doing is kind of trying to talk and not lose count at the same time. 6, 7, 8, 9. Cool. So this should be... What did I do wrong here? Are you properly cornered? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's your problem. Trying to talk and count at the same time is harder than it looks. Just mapping out some of the spacing here because it's going to help me lay down my glowstone. Nine. There we go. So that's kind of like a bit of framing for the room. And then I was doing something like this. So, like I said, I did a little bit of testing. And if we center 1, 2, 3, I think. So I think it's 4 out from the wall. I'm going to have a glowstone block. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So what I'm going to do is actually do this. And I'm going to switch this to 1 by 1 mode. And then 1, 1, and 1. And that should be 4 from the wall again, right? So it's 4 from the walls. And then, hey, how did you get there? So 4 from the walls, and then 5 separating each other, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, go. And then 4 from the walls. Cool? 4, 5, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, go. And then it's 4 from the walls. Neat. I actually like did this myself. I'm pretty proud of it. Hooray! And then we just fill out the rest of the grid, right? So that, and then that, that. So that should look like a pretty nice grid, and it should be well lit. Pretty much most of the area. There's still like a couple spots. So some of the spots there I have to, the ones that are not lit need glowing glass. Cool. So that's pretty good. All right, let's go home. I need more glowstone. I need more glowing glass. And I also want to get started looking at doing... So let's see, what's my glowstone situation? My glowstone situation is I should probably go to the nether and get more glowstone, if I'm being honest. So let me go do that, because I am an honest person who likes to be honest. So we're back after I go to the nether and get a bunch of glowstone off camera. Well, this is pure shenanigans. The Ring of the Squid doesn't work in the nether. See? No jetpacking. What if I, like, dropped it and picked it up again? Oh, hello. Now it works. Use this thing. Alright, back in a few. I hope I don't have to do that every time I switch dimensions. Not that it matters too much, because I'm going to just go ahead and get a angel ring soon enough, but still. Since I was in the nether, I probably should have considered grabbing a cursed lasso, but we'll deal with it later. Alright, so let's try this tome thingy out, because that sounds cool. How many emeralds? Not terrible. So, while sneaking to retrieve, press apostrophe through the tome to automatically collect experience. Oh, that's that. Hey, there you go. Cool. Oh, right click to fill it. Okay, cool. Neat. And that has stored 315 experience out of 10,000. All right, so that stores a lot. that's not a small amount of experience. That's a lot of experience. Neat. I might not want to hold that on my character all the time, but I definitely want to put it somewhere. Well, just put it in the refined storage system, just so it's accessible to us. So that's nifty. Cool. All right, so let's get some more sandstone. And you know what else I'm going to want to get is probably more glowstone. I'm going to put your drills away. I probably don't need my builder and my wireless doohickey. I don't probably need my slime sling anymore. And I probably, therefore, don't need... I don't need my astral sorcery tome at this time. Let's get more of that glowing glass stuff. Yeah, so we're going to need like another stack of you guys, if that would be cool. We'll be back in a few minutes. I'll meet you guys back over at the pyramid. Whoosh. Pyramid it is. So I think I was going to... I had a couple ideas for this next part of this build. Probably getting into the pyramid would be a good idea. I guess I'll just do that. All right, you. Cool. So like, let's kind of light this area up just a little bit more. So there should be 2 blocks from the side. Cool. So I kind of want to have at least 2 layers like that. Yeah, and then we're going to have like pretty much... So that's going to well light the entire interior, right? So the glowing glass from the windows plus the glowstone from the floor, that's a well lit floor there. Nice. Should have brought my builder's wand because I'm about to build a lot, and a builder's wand would absolutely help at this point. So how am I? I've got a little bit more. So I kind of want to just have like 3 up. I want to remember to fix that. Let me go get another stack and then I think we'll be good. All right, so what do you guys think? Does it look kind of cool? I experimented with a couple different ways of like putting windows in a pyramid. It's kind of a weird, like, how do I make this work kind of thing. And I think this works out pretty good. I kind of like it. So that's what we're going to go with. So the next thing I want to do is have a second story to this building. So for that to work, we're going to basically want to go, zoinks. Seven blocks is the height that I've determined will be cool. And you know what I should probably do is just start this project right with making the Celtic blocks be the floor. No sense in putting sandstone there and then exchanging them in 5 minutes. Cool. So nice. Now for the pain of not having flight. That's creative level flight. Let's do diamond wand. Hey, what? Oh, I missed one. You can be Celtic as well. And then you. There we go. Nice. That should look good. Yeah, perfect. All right, so from here, we're just going to expand these guys out like this. Now, it's going to get dark up here, obviously, but that's okay. We'll be fine. Because I've got, well, I don't think I brought the actual glowstone, did I? Did I not bring? I didn't bring any glowstone. Because I'm a derp. But that's okay. I'll figure something out to light it up. I might just use the glowing glass I brought, because I think that's equal to glowstone level light. So if I use that for now, and then I can exchange it later if I want to go glowstone. Which should be cool. Nice. So this is going to be the second story of my pyramid, which will probably go up and down with elevators of some kind of cool mechanic. And I'll definitely want like a lower level as well. But for now, this will do. Nice. So like pretty much right in the center here, we'll have some kind of thing. Now this layout is going to be a little bit different than my previous one, because I still want to go out 1, 2, 3. One, two, three. So what we've got is basically 7 blocks a space and then 7 blocks, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 space. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 6. There we go. So that's going to be like the rooms up here, for example, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, if I'm not mistaken, that should match to that. And that will be where this goes. So it's 3 from this. Cool. 1, 2, 3. And that should match up with that glowstone. Here. And here. So they should all match up with the glowstone that's directly beneath them. And then what I was also thinking is something like that. Does that look cool? Jetpack, please. To do, upgrade to Angel Ring. Right? Would that be neat? Kind of looking? Give it like a little bit of a skylight thing going on. I like it. I hope you guys like it. This is a pretty finished product right here. Pretty heavily a finished product. I'll probably just exchange the glass with glowstone at some point or something like that. And maybe I'll even chisel the glowstone. I don't know. Is there a chiseled glowstone? What if I did that? So is there like a cool looking... I don't know exactly that there is, to be totally honest. I'm not a huge fan of any of these. Personal preference. We'll probably just stick with regular glowstone. Alright, so that's a pyramid. Neat. Alright, so the next task on my list, as it were, would be to get remote access to my refined storage system. And for that, we're going to need 2 blocks from refined storage, the network transmitter and the network receiver. And in addition to that, we're going to need a network card, which needs paper, which I guess I never taught you how to make. So let's teach you the... let's do the version that uses rice, because I have tons of rice. Typically, that may actually be okay. I may have no rice in there. Do I have any rice in there? I have enough. Cool. So we're going to need the network card, which needs paper, and that's going to kick off a whole bunch of crafting over here, I presume, but it's doing a good job, so I'm proud of it. So those blocks are going to allow me to have remote access to my refined storage system. So the other thing I might want to make while I'm there is a wireless transmitter. So for that, we're going to need one of you and a machine casing, and maybe some of this stuff. Cool. So I'd like another wireless transmitter just to demonstrate this functionality, but I might even want some range upgrades, and luckily I have 4 of them. Nice. So let's pop across back to our new base at the pyramid and set this bad boy up. So for this thing to work, I forget which side of things I need. Actually, I should have brought that with me. Let's demonstrate it here, possibly. Because I forget for a second. I always forget which side I need to click into. So the transmitter side is where we put the card. Okay, I remember now. So we've got our receiver and our card and our transmitter. Now we should go over there. We're going to put the receiver in the pyramid. There we go. Whoosh. I do like that. I do love that teleportation system. It is cool. So in here, you know, somewhere. I haven't decided exactly where I want that to be yet. Mr. Meat Creeps. Could I bother you, sir? So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yes, sirree. Ooh, can do. Can do. Yes, sirree.
That should work out pretty well. 4 meat creeps per player. Nice. All right, cool. Wasn't sure if I had that version yet or not. Good job, meat creeps. Clear out this area for me. So I totally plan to have some form of basement. It might be larger. I don't know. I haven't decided yet exactly how I want the basement. Go meat creeps go. Wow, look at all that junk. Loving it. Let's go away. Sandstone and sand. Is it sand in my... It must not be. Nice. Look at that, is just lovely. Okay, cool. So underground here, we will probably wind up having, you know, a few things going on. I might want this to be like a little bit deeper, you think? Maybe 1 level deeper.
Yes, sirree. Yes, sirree. Ooh, can do.
That is so beautiful. All right, so with that set up, what I should now be able to do, once they're done working, because I don't want to start building down here, they should be smart enough not to break any tile entities, I think, but... So we'll put our receiver... For now, we'll just stick them in a corner, or up against the wall. And then what we want to do is shift right-click with the network card, and what that does is link the network card to the XYZ coordinates of the receiver in the world. Now, I want to take my transmitter and stick it somewhere, anywhere, on this thing. Now let's keep in mind, currently we're using 225 RF a tick, right? So I'm just going to stick this guy for now right there. The transmitter itself may not be using any power yet, but once we put the card in there, boom, it's got a range or a distance of 572 blocks. And basically, that might be a lot of power. Maybe not, because it's not chunk loaded. Oh yeah, it is. Hold on, it just didn't update yet. Because now we're using 797 RF per tick. So we just greatly increased the RF per tick usage of our base. So it says 0, but it's totally using a lot, because we just boosted up our power usage. So long story short, it's pretty much 1 RF per tick for every block traveled in the overworld. Now, if you're doing cross-dimensional stuff, which totally works, you can do RF per tick across, or you can do refined storage across dimensions. What you're gonna find is it's about 1,000. I think it uses 1,000 as a rough number for anything that's across dimensions. So if you want to put your refined storage system in the Nether or the End or something like that, totally doable. Cool. Do you have to be on the cable? All right, cool. And I brought no cables with me, so that's good. Let's go across there now. Part of me is thinking I should have put this gateway like a little bit closer to my base. It's not terribly far. The good thing about those gateways is I can totally move them if I need to. Like, there's no reason I can't. They're just multi-block. Cool. So now, I'll stick this in here, and what that should do is mean that I've got wireless access to my entire network. So all my auto-crafting, right, so we'll want you to be, nice, JEI synchronized still. So we've got all the stuff we can auto-craft, right, remotely available. We have all the items remotely available. We have all the crafting options remotely available. That is cool. And that is really something I'm excited about, because it means now, when I'm working over here, we can easily access our stuff. Sweet. So the next thing I want to do is possibly clear out the rest of my basement before we wrap up this episode. And I decided to go with a quarry card for that reason. Now, the best thing to go with here would be quarry, fortune quarry, silk quarry, clearing quarry. We totally want to do that. Because quarries, or quarry cards for that matter, can go into the builder from RF Tools. And while we're here, let's also get some power and maybe even a chest. But I should probably do it as an ender chest, to be honest. Well, I'll hold off on that for now. So basically, the builder, I'm not going to use a builder to quarry just yet, but I am going to use it. I'm going to get the stuff ready. If I want to use this to like run a proper quarry and get lots of resources, it will require a lot more power than I really have access to at the moment. So I decided what I'm going to do is just hold off on that. But I can still use it to clear out something of an area underground here. So what I'm going to do is we're going to map out this area here. By putting the quarry card, or the quarry itself, right, say here, right? And then we're going to choose this as the first corner. And now we have to go find the second corner of where we're going to clear out the area with this quarry card. And that is going to basically be the opposite corner, and it is, just to clarify, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blocks down. So I'll go 5 blocks down and then click on the bottom block, right? In the back corner here. So basically, we could go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then click on the bottom block. And then if we come over here, what I should be able to do is stick this card in the block, and we'll give it a quick look-see to make sure it's doing everything I want it to do. So if I put this in here, and I should probably put down this guy so we have some power going on. Remember, this thing's pretty power hungry, especially when quarrying. So let's just make sure that you're going to behave and do everything that I want. So to validate that, I'm going to say preview mode. Say what? Why are you being weird? So maybe I want to put you... Maybe we should go from bottom to top. That might be a little better. Put you... Pop this guy here. We'll put our builder here. Let's steal this card again. Oh, you're... Did I? Oh, that's the shape card. Right. This is the clearing quarry. Hold on. Did I derp this up just a little bit? Yeah, I did. Hold on. That's why. Derp dire. Come on now. So, this was the top. This was this guy. We put our quarry card in there, and then we preview it. Now we're talking cool. Nice. That looks pretty good. I just want to make sure that you're not going too low. And this is a solid box, right? Solid box. Nice. So you're not going too low, and you shouldn't be going too high either. And to demonstrate that, all I really need to do... Can I get out of here real quick? Preview mode. You should not be breaking my floor. You can see there's no thing there. So that actually should work pretty well. So we'll turn off preview mode, and I think I can let this thing go. Go. Oh right, you need a inventory, the chest. Almost forgot about that. There we go. Nice, sweet. Hey, look, it's clearing. Beautiful. That's what I would want to see. Wow, and we are super low on power. No surprises there. I am not even a little bit surprised that we quickly burned out power. Oh, hello. We've got like a little ravine here. So I'm going to have to totally like make sure that I have a proper floor going on. But that shouldn't be a problem. We'll get this back up. Boing. So that will slowly but surely clear out the area for me. So how about we wrap up the episode here? We'll come back next episode. What I'm going to do is fix the floor in this basement and maybe even light it up a little bit. So I might grab some glowstone or something. We'll figure it out. Just to, you know, maybe 16 of them for now, and then we'll go from there, right? So for now, though, 20 signing off. Hope you guys enjoyed the episode. We will come back next time. We will have like a really wide open basement down here. And the basement, so like underground we'll have, like I typically have for basements, right? What is up? Are you guys figuring out the proper amount of spacing, or you might be one too low? And if that's the case, no, it looks like it's good. It's good. Nice. So it is actually flattening out the right amount of area. Wow, it is really slow with such a small amount of power coming in. But that's why we're not quarrying with this thing to actually get resources. The only reason I did a quarry cards are more expensive, 300 RF per tick. Per block broken, whereas a clearing card, which I totally could have used, shape card void, would have been half the cost, 150 RF per block broken, but it's still expensive. That would just void whatever it clears out instead of collecting it. I figured, hey, let's get some stuff. Though most of it's probably going to just be sand and sandstone, which kind of have a limited amount of anyway. So I might Alright, for now, Darryl20 signing off. Hope you guys enjoyed the episode. You know the deal. Take it easy. Hello everyone, this is Direwolf20, and welcome to episode 33 of Direwolf20's Let's Play series. I'm just chilling in my pyramid. It's a pretty cool looking place. I'm pretty proud of it. It's probably not the best, fanciest base you guys have ever seen, but hey, it's fancy for a direwolf base. That's what I'll tell you. Hey, I also made a basement that I think looks pretty good. Look, it's a basement where I actually made it, like, not terrible looking. I actually cleaned up the basement. I'm gonna wait for you and the shock to wear off. So, like, go ahead and be shocked. Maybe pause the video at this point if you need to faint or something like that. But come back, because we have an episode today where we're gonna be doing stuff and things. So, a few things I'd like to work on today. I'd like to kind of finalize the layout of this base and then start moving some stuff into it. And then start figuring out how I'm going to actually use this base for all the different things that I want to do. I'm thinking, just to start off, I'm thinking, right? Like, we'd have, like, basically a generic refined storage area over here-ish. We can run cables to it. We might have some different machining rooms in different areas here. So we'll definitely have, like, an Actually Additions room with, and that's like this room, right, where Actually Additions will live and do some stuff. We'll kind of figure it all out. But I guess first things first, let's pop back to the old base, which isn't, you know, ain't too shabby. It's a nice base. Now, of course, I set up all these, like, fancy multi-blocks. They're going to have to eventually be, like, cleared out. So what I think I'm going to do is, while we're waiting, because I don't know exactly how well this is going to work out, but you know what I'm going to do? I know what I'm going to do. I know exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to remove wood from here, and then I'm going to get a hardened upgrade kit. Then I'm going to upgrade. Oh, good, you're already done. This guy, so that he can store more fluid, right? And it'll burn through all the wood that's in there and all the carbon, and then we'll probably start thinking about moving these things. It might also be a nice time to upgrade this energy cell to, like, a higher tier, maybe Signalum, or even like the top tier, just to have, like, a really nice huge amount of energy storage available to us. Cool. And then next steps. So in the basement, I will probably store the storage stuff, like the drawers and everything that store items. In the upper levels, I'll store things that I'm going to be interacting with on a regular basis, right? So I'll probably have my machines up there. It'll probably, at the start, it'll be similar to this base, right? Like, these machines I actually use right now because I haven't automated them anyway. And even once I do automate them, I will probably still wind up using them manually anyway. So that's going to be a thing. So I'm gonna let this guy actually. I'm gonna turn that off so he stops emptying, and then all the syngas that's in here should eventually burn out, and that'll be cool. So you can come with me. Probably don't need you so much anymore. Lots to move today. That's kind of my plan. So I think I'm gonna put you guys away because I really don't need that at all anymore. I think what I'd like to start off with moving is probably, let's see how this is doing. This guy actually seems like he's getting fullish. And I'm sure part of that is a result of sandstone maybe, and sand. Yeah, so what we're finding is we've got, like, literally 2,000 sand in this dude. And that's not particularly easy to fix. How hard would it be to get a 16K storage disk? Would that be doable? I feel like it would be doable. And that would give me even more storage available. Actually, let's do it this way. So if I requested that, you should have no problem making that at this point, right? Yeah, that seems totally doable. It requires 50 silicon, but that's no big deal. Sweet. Like it. Alright, so we will let that cook up. That'll give me a little bit more storage disk space. And then I'll probably wind up starting to move some of this stuff. So while that's cooking, maybe let's move, like, our Actually Additions stuff. And what I'm going to do is grab that cache thingy, strongbox guy. And we're going to do kind of the same thing that we've done in the past when we move, is just kind of put a bunch of stuff in here and then build out the new base in a way that will hopefully look nice and y'all will like it. That's the plan, at least. We shall see what your feedback is on the video once you've watched it. So cleaning up all this junk. Cool. And then this will probably be my last base move for a while. Does that all look good? Yeah, I think so. And hopefully I'll be at this current base for a bit. Nice. So this can all go in here with you. A builder I don't need on me at the moment. And let's see, what else should I bring with me right now? I'm going to hold off on moving this stuff for the time being. Ooh, that's the actual addition stuff. Is this? Oh, wow, this emptied out nice and quickly. So that's good. Maybe, do I want to move our power over there? I feel like we should leave the power at this base and move that last. So maybe I should. So that actually moved pretty quickly. Let's get it all moved. Let's just knock it out like a band-aid, rip it off. Yeah. So these things I don't technically need right now. So that all can kind of go. Magma Crucible, Fractioning Stills, and Pulverizer can just go away for the time being. And maybe we'll bring that back at some future point, but for now I don't really need that. And this all can go away. Cool. Okay. This stuff I'll leave here for the time being for a minute. I'll leave a lot of this behind for now. I want to get like the most important things. So let's move the actual addition stuff and the storage stuff. Cool. Did I put my chest away? Oh no, I just left it out. Okay, cool. So to move all these is probably going to be a little bit of a hassle, but it should be doable. All I need is some packing tape. Cool. And we'll make sure you know how that works too. So now I should be able to get like 4-ish of those missing slime balls. Oh, wait. Hold on. Or dictionary. And let's turn that off again. Or dictionary is good sometimes and not so good other times. Okay, we'll be back in a minute anyway. All right, all cleaned up. Let's bring it back to the new base. All right, so first off, let's get the drawers back up and running. So all my items I have access to once again. What I'm thinking this time is instead of having the controller at the bottom underground, and hey, I missed one. Ooh, bad direwolf. Worst builder ever. I will put it at the top, and then we can have the external interface dude chill up here. And again, remember we want this priority to be high, so set it to like 10 or something like that. And then we can just run the cabling right along here. And of course, you're in like the worst spot ever. Hey, why don't you have why are you not online? Because this should totally be interesting. Let's do. We'll get these guys connected. That's kind of odd. Also, you should have had 4 range upgrades in you, didn't you? I don't know. Weird. I'll have to go back home. Oh, I know why it's offline. We couldn't possibly be out of power already, could we? Wow. Wow, we burned through power fast. All right, that's why it's offline. Haha. Let's get wood back in here. Please. Look, it's powering back up. Come on, wood. Yeah, that was a lot quicker that we ran out of power than I thought. So we'll let that kick back on, and we'll fix that. So that should be cool. So now, can we see all our stuff? Because I would think we could. Your building up your internal buffer. You're online. Linked. Let's pop back over to the new data and see what's going on. Oh, and I found... Okay, cool. So it is online. Good, good, good. All right, so that's awesome. All right, so let's get our drawers up and running. Unfortunately, there's no good way to figure out what's inside these drawers before I just start placing them. So let me get them placed, and then I might rearrange them in a more, cohesive manner. All right, I think that looks pretty good. We might wind up with a few more drawers at some point, but that'll get it done. Let's pop up to upstairs, because up here is where we're going to want to do some, crafting work. So maybe this corner would be a nice, addition. What do we think about that? So we just pop 1, 2, and then 1, right? So it's this, 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 and that would be a pretty reasonable, additions area to go with, right? And we could, just hook up some basic power underneath for the time being. Now, eventually, we're going to have to get, actual power over here, but this will do for the time that we've got. Cool? So that could be, our additions room. And then, as for the atomic reconstructor, maybe we could stick this guy in, a corner over here. And what do we like for glass? Can we get some glass going on here? Give me that back. Gray bordered is what I like. That's it. That would be a cool little setup that we could automate at some point, right? So that would be a good time. For now, I'll just put the glass there as a temporary, here's what's going to be. But, eventually it'll be more than that. Nice. All right, so that works for additions, right? Let's go back downstairs. Was there anything else inside that thing, or do we want to move the next bunch of stuff? Nope, ready to go. So back to the old base. And I should, from here, have access to all my stuff. See, it's all there. My wood and my saplings and all that good things. It's good to go. Nice. All right, so packing tape can go away. And we're good. We're good. We're good. All right, I'm going to move next. Probably... So the next thing I can move is either I could move all of my... I could leave the controller here. I can move all this stuff. Or I can move my power gen. The problem is I want power to exist on this side until the last move, right? Because we want to keep this guy powered. He's my most important power producer dude. So that's going to be important. I can't believe how quickly we burned through this energy cell. That is surprising to me how fast we burned through that. To do might be more turbines for a faster RF production, but we'll get to that probably in a future episode. Let's go ahead and move everything that's over here except... Oh, did my 16K finish, by the way? Yeah, it did. Nice. All right, boom. We just significantly increased the amount of storage capacity. We pretty much doubled what we were capable of, right? More than doubled. Yeah, because we had 12 and now we've got 20. So a little bit more than double. Let's move everything refined storage related, and we'll move this stuff after, right? But for now, I'm going to move these bits. So today I learned an important lesson. You should not put these storage disks inside strong boxes, otherwise you'll crash. And if that does happen, it only crashes when you open the strong box, and there's these storage disks inside of it. So to do it, to fix it, I had to cheat myself a servo to pipe them out because all my servos and stuff are inside the things in here. So good times, but managed to resolve it. Don't put these storage disks in here. I know the reason, it's complicated, but just don't do it. All right, back to moving day. All right, so I've got a lot of the stuff that I want to move here. So I should be able to do this. The importer, stack upgrade, boom. That's what I would like to see. Nice. And then I have a lot of auto crafting stuff that I'm gonna have to recreate. All right, so just a little catch up on a little bit of the off-camera work I did. Ran some cabling back here behind the wall to get the crafter set up. I have to reteach it all the whitelisting things tier, but we'll get that taken care of. So these guys should be cool. We have some speed upgrades that we can toss into these. 1, 2, 3. That should be good. Did wind up running cabling up here, so we'll probably have to like mess with that a little bit. So this is the basement, so I don't mind it being a little bit messy, but that's pretty much where I'm at. So now to pretty much refill all these guys. All these should be just vanilla crafting table recipe stuff, so back in a few. Alright guys, more status updates for you. Just finished moving all my crafters and all the auto crafting that goes with them. And now I'm working on this stuff, which will basically be all the crafting machines that I had set up in the prior base. So that should be cool. So we've got a magma crucible, redstone furnace, pulverizer, induction smelter. That sounds cool. Do this, and the crucible. Okay, cool. So we'll do, so like here's where I'll have, eventually this will be a reborn storage thing, once I have a little bit more resources and can get going on that. But for now, that should be good. And then like over here-ish, and I'm not like very specifically laying this out in any particular format, but these guys should have retained all their transfer stuff. Nice. Okay, cool. And then we're totally going to want a chest up here for this thing. And I'm going to try and do everything with, I've been doing everything with impulse item ducts, just to speed things along. And then we could have like our interface. I can probably just chill here, right? Cool. And those guys will auto push out, so that's good. The filters, the one bummer, totally a bummer, is that filters don't maintain their settings from one location to the next. So like, you know, that's kind of a stinky thing. So these guys had redstone, I know, glowstone. What else was in that filter? Ender pearls. And then we had item ducts and buckets, right? So you get these 3 on a whitelist, and you get buckets and item ducts on a whitelist, and that should be cool. Nice. Okay. And then we can, you know, set up our crafters like so. That should be cool. Okay. And then for cabling, we could just do this. That does bring everything online. So that's not terrible. That's fine. I like that. Cool. And that should work. So like, let's just do a quick test. Well, let's actually like insert some recipes, right? So this, and this are all in the induction smelter recipes. This are all in here. 1 nether quartz becomes 1 silicon. I don't even need this recipe anymore because I've like unlimited silicon. Well, I don't right now, but I will soon. Okay. And these guys are all these guys. You've got yours. So if I, for example, wanted item ducts, it would drop them in there. We set these guys ignored. We can pull them out to the appropriate location. They will get melted and do their thing. Now, obviously, I'm not powering these machines yet, but we'll. And then that should quickly make its way into the interface. And that's fast again because obvious reasons. Nice. So that's all working. Beautiful. All right. The next thing. So we have an exporter. Right. 2 pulverizers and 2 redstone boxes. I remember that reasoning. That exists. We'll probably chill over here. We can have our 2 pulverizers and our 2 redstone furnaces. The exporter. Cable hooked up to it, no. So how do I want to do this? I could run this. Lots of different ways to run this, obviously. I'll run it under here. trying to make my basement look like semi-nice. Like, granted, it's a basement, right? So it's not like it has to be perfect. I wouldn't mind it a little bit nice. You know what I mean? And you know what? So we could have item ducts, impulse item ducts. So you're gonna spit the things out of here, right? So I had signalum item ducts here. Because this stuff all winds up. So you're on auto inject, right? Yes. Auto output enabled. And then you're on auto. I thought you were set to auto output. That's how I had that set up. Maybe it didn't retain that setting when I picked it up. That very much could be the case. So, and then we had servos, guys, didn't we? That said you could extract Cinnabar. Do we have any of that candy? So I can add it to the... We do. Nice. So you get whitelisted, and you get whitelisted, and that's cool again. I forget what this... Oh, you know what? This servo might have been for this guy. That's cool, right? So that'll, or no, wait, that was for under here. Oh, so that does need to be... So I had that underneath. So I guess we'll have the, export bus on the side. Or I could have it in the back. That would work too. Kinda nice looking. Not perfect, y'all. Doing my best here. That would look pretty good, right? Yeah, I like that. And then we could have these dudes here. That's gonna be an ignored. Cool. So that'll pipe everything into there. It'll push up to there. So these guys will not auto output anything. The back will extract Cinnabar, and then the top will auto input anything from this slot that it can. And then the redstone furnace will spit it out the back. And what I'm going to do is have it feed into the same impulse item duct line here. So what'll happen is, I don't think we have any ore at the moment, or if we do, I'd be surprised. Anything we can actually process? Hold on a sec. This'll do. Nice having a little ravine under there, right? So, ore will go in here. Let's just validate this, right? You get sucked out. You start processing. Cool. Just want to do a quick test of this machine before I cover up the walls and everything. You automatically pull up. You smelt. You should auto output the ingot to the back. Cool. There it goes. And then once it hits the glowstone one, it goes a little bit faster. And it's going to, again, route all the way to here where it will be imported. Nice. Beautiful. So that's a slightly more organized method of cool stuff. So then, wrong flooring. The to-do list here is to add all the different ores after I go mining and get all the different ores to the export bus again. So that shouldn't be too bad. Cool. So the last step is rebuilding this thing. So here's a question. I really like them backstuffing, but the problem is when I use sand or I get more sand, it's not getting voided anywhere, right? So that's tricky, right? Because I could put a void upgrade on this, and then these guys would not backstuff anymore, the material stonework factories. But then we run into the problem where, like what we have right now, where we've got 5,000 sand, 2,000 of which is actually in the system. I would like that to be the 3072 sand, and that should be it. So that's a little bit tricky. I have to figure out how to manage that in a better way. Back in a sec. All right, moved my pattern grid over because I wanted to teach this dude how to make an external storage bus. I think I've come up with a solution. Start up that bad boy. He should be doing some crafting now. So you guys will probably need to do some learnings. So how did I have this set up in the last one? So I think I had it so that silicon and diamonds go in one. So this was gold and iron, right? And this was silicon and diamonds. And this was redstone. Nice. Cool. That's pretty good. All right, I like it. Beautiful. Did that external storage bus go? All right, let's make another drawer that's 4x4. But then let's make a flint downgrade that can only hold one stack of each. So we will let this thing fill up this drawer. Cool. Bucket can go away. Actually, sandstone was one of the things that I needed. And you can probably go away for the time being. But what we'll do is we'll have another drawer here with a downgrade in it that's going to be locked. Of course I did that. And you're going to get sand, glass, silicon, and sand. Right? And you're going to get a void upgrade in you. Okay. You ready for this? Void upgrade, where'd you go? There you are. Okay. And your external storage will go here with a priority of 9. Cool. So that means that this is the first priority. So when we put sand into the system, if there's room in this drawer, it will put it in here first, right? So let's say we looked at this and we took out like a stack of sand, right? Unfortunately, you're being kind of a nuisance. So let's do sandstone, right? As an example. So 1876, I put sandstone in here. Actually, I have some in here. That's right. And I have some sand too. Perfect. So 1876 and 3071. This goes in here. This became 3072. And then the next bit of sand went into here, right? So watch what happens, right? I'm going to put another stack in there. That filled up that stack, but because it's got the downgrade in it, it can only hold one stack each of stuff, right? So now if we look, we're at 5589. We put more sand in there. We're still at 5589. See? So the excess sand went into this drawer that gets voided. Neat. That should be a good workaround. Now, can I make a disk manipulator real quick? I don't think I've made one of these yet. So it needs 2 of you. So we're going to want disk manipulator, disk manipulator. There you are. So another one of you, one of you, and one of you, and you. And they should pretty quickly cook up right now because those machines over there are pretty fast. Nice. So what a disk manipulator does is actually a pretty neat thing. I might borrow my stack upgrade from here, from the importer, if I could access it for a sec. And I'll borrow a couple of speed upgrades from these guys. A disk manipulator is cool. It lets me manipulate disks. And basically we can extract everything off some of these disks and put them on a different one. So we've got 3 4K storage disks here, right? What I'm going to do is take everything off them via the disk manipulator. So I'm going to put this stuff in here, and we're going to do this, this, and this. And they should transfer everything onto my 16K storage disk or into the drawers as appropriate. So any excess sand and sandstone should wind up getting redistributed off the disks here, right? You can see it's clearing it off, and it's going to put stuff in here, or it's going to put it into this disk as needed. Cool. So it'll like redistribute the items inside the storage system. And the reason I'm going to do this is then I'm going to take out the 4K storage disks, the 3 of them, and turn that into another 16. Cool. So that emptied that disk out. This one's now being emptied. We might see some sandstone or something show up in here. Cool. So you're all cleared out, and then the last disk is coming through here. Nice. That is cool. So that will void any excess sand that we didn't want, as well as transfer items into this guy. Cool. I'm liking that. So that is usually a pretty quick process too, especially if you throw the stack and speed upgrades in there. If you don't, then it takes forever, and it's a terrible time and you don't want to do it. Nice. So do we have extra sand? So look, I think it put some glass in there, so that's kind of cool. So that just made sure that there's no items that could be in drawers stored on disks. Because anything, it uses the priority system to restore stuff, right? So it's like, oh, I can put this on here, and that's cool. Nice. So then I should be able to do this, or is it shift-click them to get them out? Nice, 4K storage parts. So now, if I drop these in here, and I asked for a 16K storage part, it's already got the 3 4K storage parts that it needs. So I kick off the start button on that, and we are cool. And this stuff just starts cruising and cooking. Beautiful. Oh, and you need your speed upgrades back. And you need your stack upgrade back. And now we're good. Now we have another 16K disk. This can go here, and this one will go here. Now we have a total of 32K storage. So huge improvements, right? And then in terms of sandstone, we throw sandstone in there, and it's going to fill up this one first, because I guess we're low. So I'm going to reprogram this thing real fast, and we'll be right back. As a reminder, as you're setting this up, you can name these things. I'll name it Silicon Works. I'll call this Sandstone Works. And just for the temporary purpose, I threw one of these guys down so that he's feeding everybody. And they're all doing a great job. Good job, everybody. So I didn't finish programming this yet, but basically this should work. So when you name things, it's cool because the connector, when you mouse over, you can see what it is. So now I can easily say like, all right, that's the Glassworks. So that's going to be an extract on here. And then this one is Stoneworks. So that's going to be the extract on this channel that goes into the stone drawer because I named that drawer stone. Nice. So these guys should all be extracting now-ish. Maybe, depending on, you know, variables. Nice. There we go. It is moving. Cool. And I might want you guys to be in, on the extract, I want you to be in stack mode. So that's all rebuilt and back up and running. Nice. So these guys must all be full, but sandstone isn't, right? So silicon, glass, sand, and that is full. Beautiful. All right. So that solves my problem of we had a lot more sand. If we look now, we'll see that we've got 3136 sand, which is 3072 plus 64, I think. Does that make sense? And any excess sand that goes in there, for example, from here, right? So if we check 3136, we throw excess sand in there, it basically got voided because of this void drawer. Neat. Liking it. Awesome. Cool. Back in a few. All right, so what I'm going to do is wrap up the episode here, but we will come back next episode. I think I'm going to move, let's see, what's left. Boink. And put some stuff away that I don't have to have on me right now, just because inventory tape measure, packing tape, you can probably all go. I don't need that network cable. That sounds good. So back at my base, the only thing left to move is this room. The bed, probably a good idea to move that. And the power gen structure. And that's about it. And these few things. But like that's like one more move. So I'm going to do some of that off camera. We'll come back next time. We will have some fun getting ready to do new things now that our new base is going to be pretty much up and running. So the goal is that by the time we get back to the next episode, the base will be fully ready for us to start using it and getting into some new and cool stuff. For now, Devil20 signing off. Hope you guys enjoyed the episode. Take it easy. Hello everyone, this is Direwolf20, and welcome to episode 34 of Direwolf20's Let's Play series. Today, getting ready to set up a few more machines in here. Let's see, Igneous Extruder, I might hold off on that one, but Magma Crucible and Fluid Transposer would totally be the next two to put in. Compactor, yeah. Energetic Infuser, totally. And Igneous Extruder, why not? Sure, that sounds fun. You can go back to this mode, and for now I'm going to put you up here. But I've got plans for this episode to do things a little bit differently. Last episode we wrapped up with moving a lot of stuff, and as you can see, that's pretty much good to go. Hey, oh right, that thing shows up. Is that because I just took damage? Why is that thing showing up over there? I don't know, maybe because I just took damage and it leveled up? That must have been it. I think I just gained a level. I just gained an Astral Sorcery perk level. How cool is that? Where's my Astral Sorcery book? I want to unlock whatever perk that was. Perks. So I can either take less damage from falling. That's not going to be an issue for long. Or I can get higher dexterity. Grants a chance to dodge incoming damage. Ooh, totally unlocking that, dude. That is cool. Beautiful. What was I doing again? Oh yeah, more work on the base. So between episodes, I moved over these guys. As you can see, they're pretty much running exactly the same way they were before, with Oak Wood being auto output. I've got the Aqueous Accumulator next to this guy for now. We're going to do things a little differently soon. And then the gas turbine controller's up and running. I've got like a little bit of a sub-basement here with, you can see that. Cool. So some underground flooring. And that's just running power all around my underground area of my base, at least. I haven't gotten to the point where I'm powering anything above me just yet, but we'll work on that soon. Speaking of powering things up here, there's kind of two approaches we could take to doing here, and you're derpy again. I wonder if I can access the nether through here. I don't think I can. Like, there's no, like, way to switch over and look at the nether itself and, like, re-chunk load an area. Well, what's this? What's this black stuff? I have no idea. Does it show up on Journey Map like that? Not really. I don't know. So I want to get my machines up and running today, kind of finalize the layout of the base. That's pretty much the plan. So like right now, I've got an enchanter and a resonator and speed upgrades. I'm gonna want bookshelves, a chest. Now I've heard that the mana pylons, which I did make before, might work for the enchanter. But the problem is that I didn't have them on both sides like that. Now it's working. Huh, look at you, you monster. And I guess that would be a nice place to put an enchantment table. And I assume that these guys will work on the enchantment table as well. So that might be cool. It's like a resonator in the corner. That might get some speed upgrades at some point. Maybe, yeah, maybe, well, yeah, we'll see. Still kind of deciding how everything's going to work over here. I'm thinking we'll run power underneath, because there's not going to be a lot of automation here required for these guys. So just... Nice. Igneous Extruder. Cool. And then over here... The resonator doesn't need power, though, right? No. And I'm still running, foolishly enough, leadstone energy conduits, but that's all I really need right now. Now my main question is, how do I want to... What I could do is something like this. So I should have power back here somewhere. I do. Nice. So back here, by the way, bat form, this is the best for traveling. Look at this. I can travel super tight inside these little tiny spaces, and it is literally the best. And jetpack helps out a lot too. Cool. I wonder if I can get even smaller with a bunny. I remember the hotkey, by the way. It's the top right tilt. Is bunny even smaller? Dude, bunny is small enough for me to fit in between these two. That is awesome. That is really awesome. I can't fit along this wall, this block here. Like, I can't fit, but that's pretty darn cool. Anyway, yeah. Hello, I'm a flying bunny. How can you not love the flying bunny? Jetpack bunny for the win. Alright, I'm playing a game here. I mean, technically. I should probably be paying a little bit more attention to what I'm doing. So what if we ran these dudes out this line like so? Gotta say though, bunnies don't have a lot of health. So if you like fall to your death as a bunny, it's on you, buddy. Let's get back into human form, shall we? Cool. So that should power all my stuff now. So I've got all my machines up here, ready to roll. Beautiful. These things should be powered up now. The fact that this has power is indicative of the fact that the whole line's working. These guys will need power, you know, relatively soon as well. They might wind up getting their power from back behind this wall. I think that's what I'm going to do. Is dig a little bit into this wall. Just got to figure out how I'm going to run, like, you know, things around. For now, as we advance in power options, we might do more and more cool stuff. But for the time being, this should be a sufficient way to run power around our base. How close am I to... There I am. So I should have a little bit more leadstone flux duct. Beautiful. And then we'll run this power line. And I'm not even sure why I'm doing all this, because, like, I'm going to finish this up and then immediately decide, you know what, we need to upgrade this to a higher tier energy transfer system. And then I'll just be, like, shaking my head at myself for not having cleaned it up a little bit sooner, but it's all good. Nice. So the books can probably go away. I don't need bookshelves anymore. Beautiful. Loving it. I'm really liking the new base. I really hope you guys are too. I'll be honest, I'm recording this before you guys have seen the new base, but I'm hoping that you guys are enjoying the way it's coming along. Nice. Alright, so that should be enough power for those guys. I might need a few more leadstone energy conduits for the rest of these things. What else, at this point, do I need to get up and running again? This stuff. So this was kind of a basement machine, right? The whole industrial foregrowing thing. And this stuff can go just away. So, I mean, this could kind of go in the corner over here-ish. So what did I have here? I had a mechanical user in the floor. And then I had latex processing units. Tree fluid extractors. Yeah, that was it. But we wanted them, yeah, rotated like this. If I... Yeah. Like that, right? Nice. And then, where were you? So stick a stack of wood in there, place block, boom. They should start extracting latex. This was here. And then we had some fluid ducts. And this is not a hot fluid, so it's okay. And then these were what these things were for. Ignored. ignored. Cool. So that filled that up, and then we had a latex processing unit, which could realistically go right about here-ish. Now we also have signalum plated fluid duct, right? So that could just chill here, and then we could run regular fluid ducts like so. And then I want a few more of these. Cool. Now that needs fluid and latex. So there's 3 machines right now in my base that need water, and probably more soon. So with that in mind, it is time to look at storing liquids inside refined storage. That's what I want to work on today. So with that kind of in mind, let's get started. So the first thing I'm going to want to do is eat because I'm hungry. The next thing I'm going to want to do is look at refined storage and decide what can store and access and interact with liquids. In order to do that, we're going to need a few things. First, we're going to need a fluid grid. The fluid grid is going to require a grid, which needs a couple processors. So let's look at those. Let's get like 10 of these and 10 basics. And let's get like 4 diamonds. Cool. That'll at least kind of get the ball rolling on what we're going to need. And while that stuff's crafting, let's look at what we need to get. So there's storage blocks for items, and then there's a whole second set of storage blocks for fluids. So these storage blocks kind of act like a whole block size version of the storage disks. So this 1K storage block can hold 1,000 items in the block, as opposed to the disk. Typically use the disks because it's way more compact to have 10 disks or 8 disks or whatever it is in the disk drive. Fluid blocks are the same way. You could also make fluid disks, but I like to do the block version for fluids because it allows me to control how much of each liquid we get. So with that in mind, I'm going to go ahead and start doing cool stuff. So let's get a 64K fluid block. In order for that to happen, it's going to be a machine casing, a 64K fluid part, and a basic processor. So let's teach it how to make this. And then once we've got that, what I think I'll do is put it in processing mode and teach you this. Cool. Now you do require silicon. So what I should do is put on OR dictionary node for this guy and write that so that it uses OR dictionary, right? And then over here, we'll stick this thing, and in here, behind this dude, we'll stick the 64K fluid bit guy. By the way, diamonds, totally need to add them to this whitelist so that the diamond processing can occur. Nice. Okay. So with that said, I should now be able to request a 64K fluid due to this. We're missing a bucket. Did I not teach you how to make buckets? I always hesitate to teach buckets because sometimes it gets out of control with its bucket production. But yeah, I guess we could do that. And we'll see if it does. So a 64K storage block start. So that should have no problem, and then it'll dump all this stuff in here. And these guys just need to be told where they're allowed to go. So I'm going to whitelist these guys over here so that when they do show up, they'll all land in here and make the 64K fluid bit. Nice. Okay. So with that 64K fluid bit guy available to me now, I'm going to start placing them in the actual world. Here looks like a nice place to start doing that. So it stores liquids in the same way that these store items. And it has all the same buttons on the left, right? Redstone mode, whitelist or blacklist, compare damage, MBT, or dictionary, void excess, insert extract. What we want to do is designate which liquid is going to be stored in here. And in order to do that, I wonder if I can just right-click the aqueous accumulator. The answer is no. I cannot right-click the aqueous accumulator. That is a bummer. We're going to be moving the aqueous accumulator anyway soon. I hear you, Blizz, or zombies or something nasty going bump in the night. By the way, my old base, pretty much completely void of anything, which is cool. Hey, I got a new morph. Sweet. So what we'll do is we'll go down here, we'll tell this thing, hey, you're going to whitelist, and the only thing you're going to allow to have is water inside the 64K fluid block. Now, there's a reason I'm doing this, and that's because eventually I will probably get lava stored in the fluid containers and maybe other liquids. And when we get to the point where we have other liquids, we don't want lava filling up the water block or, which might be more annoying, water filling up the lava storage block. So that's what we're going to basically want to do. The next thing we want is an import bus and probably export buses. So let's get one import bus, a couple export buses, and the fluid grid, which we're going to totally want to have a grid for. We're just going to need a machine casing, some quartz enriched iron, and one of these dudes and one of these dudes. Okay, so now a grid, a fluid grid to be precise, requires a regular grid. Didn't I get... Oh, right, it's quartz enriched iron there. Must have used it for something else. Check. And then the fluid grid was what? Pattern, fluid needs a bucket and an advanced processor. You and you. As I accidentally put away the wrong item. Cool. So these guys go in here, here, and here. Nice. Fluid grid is available. So the cool thing about fluid grids, and I'm going to put this next to my crafting grid, which will be like the indication that that's the fluid grid, right? They all kind of look the same, these grids, but you know, the fluid one should show you all the fluids that are available in your system. Right now, we have no fluids available in our system. To interact with it, you can shift-click buckets into the fluid grid, like so, and it puts a bucket of water in there. Sweet. And we'll see that that bucket of water is stored in our 64K fluid block. To do, elevator. I should go back to my old base and get my elevators, because they're still there too. So that's your fluid grid, right? And you can shift-click, and if you have a bucket in your inventory, it'll fill it. How cool is that? And if you don't have buckets in your inventory, but you have buckets in your system, when you shift-click, boom, it'll take a bucket out of here and fill it up. It's amazing. I love it. So we're going to import bus fluids today. So that's my next goal. So importer, boom, exporter, boom. So let's start filling up the system with water. And in order to do that, I'm going to move this thing. And in order to move this thing, we will probably want... two buckets. One here and one here. Nice. And eventually this thing will get a export bus of water. In fact, I could probably set that up now. So I can put exporter here and run cables. And all we have to do to set this is type items to fluids and then shift click what's supposed to be exported there. And now any and all water that we have in our system will get exported there. How neat is that? So that should work. We'll come back to check on it after we've confirmed that it is in fact working. For water filling, where do I want to put that? It really doesn't matter. Pretty much anywhere. I might just stick it behind this wall here so that it's a little bit out of the way. Cool. So I could just stick my aqueous accumulator, boom, the two buckets of water on either side to allow that to fill up, boom. And then the importer goes here. We'll make sure that the front face is configured. Oh, okay, so let's rotate you that way. So the right face then is set to create water, and that should be cool. So that's filling up. We'll change you to fluids, and then that will start extracting water out of the aqueous accumulator and filling up our fluid storage. How nice is that? Nice. And then you are going to have no problem maintaining your water over here. Good. Now we might want to do this with a few other things, like specifically you could use water. Now we should get ourselves a bucket of wood. I think there's a portable isn't there? Wireless grid, wireless fluid grid, which is awesome. So now we pretty much got him routable. Should fill this thing up with water. We can see that happening right now. Nice. That is what's up, guys. Nice. So now we've got latex processing up and running again. Courtesy of that awesome thing. I'm starting to think that I might want to move this guy downstairs, which I hate to do, but I'm gonna. And I might want to try something different. Let's move you. Which kind of annoys me that this is not centered right now, but we'll figure out how to deal with it later. What if I wanted to put this thing right about here? So what I should be able to do is run power to that, no problem. Switch you into this mode. What I want to try, let's get another importer. And do the same with lava. And I'm curious to see if I can export lava and water throughout the same exporter into that igneous extruder. So in order to do this, what I'm going to need to do is basically have an ender tank somewhere. Maybe here? Right? And then we replace this with the importer set to fluid. No, not fluids, because I need another one of you first. So let's get a 64K of this. Now here's where things get a little bit tricky and annoying. I'm going to only work with redstone signal for a second on this. See, this is where things get a little bit of a nuisance. When I place this, by default, it's not going to accept any fluids, I believe. Or it'll accept any fluid, I think. Right? So to prevent that from happening, I stopped the import of water. So I can have the time to get lava as a whitelist in here, right? And now, when I let this run again, it won't put any water in here. But you will be fluid type, and you'll start filling up with lava. Neat. Okay, so now we've got both lava and water available in the refined storage system, at least until I go back to the nether and re-chunk load my chunks. And how did you get broken? Oh, right. That's right, I moved that machine that was there. Cool. So now let's export bus. And now can I do this? And say, actually, fluids. Does that work? Whoa, that works. That is cool. That is actually super cool that even works. I really like that. Just so I can then do that. Nice. Okay, cool. I like that. I like that a whole lot. So now we've got obsidian being produced down here. We're probably burning through all the lava we've got. So, next step. I should probably teleport home to the old base, which is hardly a home anymore, as you can see. It's pretty wrecked. But I do want to move my matter receiver. I want to move my elevators, my bed. I hear Enderman. And the only other thing that's over here at this point is the mob spawner area thingy. This thing, which I need to rebuild anyway. Not like because it's terrible, but just, it wouldn't be a bad idea to rebuild. And let's take a quick peek into the nether and figure out why that chunk stopped loading. If I can just pop in here for a second, we can reload the chunk, and then we'll have unlimited lava in the refined storage system again. So you click, your chunk loaded again. I should move my nether portal, but I think sooner than later, I'll be able to get some better teleportation options. And once that occurs, Angel Ring, please. Oh good, it's working now. Let's get back to our proper base so I can set up my matter receiver and all that stuff. Whoosh. So what do I want this to bring me? I'm thinking like right here would be an amazing place for a matter receiver. You guys can clean up. The other thing I'm not sure about yet is whether I want to do elevators. I think for now they might be cool to do. But I might want to do something a little different for getting up and down the stairs. Also, a bed could probably chill right here. Hooray, the point has been set. Nice. Okay, so, by the way, sweet. And then that, cool. 20. So that should start filling up. In theory. In theory. Oh, it just did. It just did. Nice. Yes. So we are getting lava. We're using it pretty quickly, but eventually this will back stuff with obsidian, at which point, you know, we'll be fine. Okay, cool. So back in a minute. This is all done, right? So you can go away. So I think the next thing I want to do is make sure that you're in JEI synchronized. Resonant upgrade kit. We haven't done any of these yet, but I think I should be able to. Because I would like to bump up my power storage. So to do this, we're going to need one of you. So you're missing pyrotheum dust and lumium gear. We haven't learned lumium yet. Aha! I knew that was a gear we're going to have to learn. All right, so lumium gear is this, and then lumium is an induction smelter recipe. Boom. Actually processing mode. Do. Nice.